Button, y'all. Says on there 6.3 something. It was 9 point blah before. I've added I've added Twitch to this, and I don't know. I mean, it looks cool. Well, there's a couple of blacksmiths over there on Twitch. Ran into a dude like yesterday. That was pretty sweet. He's down in Texas. I don't know where. It's a big state, man. Hang on, I got to drink some of this and then put it down. I grew up in Texas, but I've lived here. I've lived out of Texas longer than I lived in Texas, but I grew up there. Can I still call myself a Texan? I don't. Probably not. Anyways, Forge has been running while I've been setting this stuff up. I got a piece in there, got it hot. So my plan tonight is I got a bunch of 1/4 by 3/4 that I'm gonna do various dumb things with, whatever comes to mind. I already have one idea. I don't know what I did not plan this at all. This is what happens when the wife leaves me all, by myself, and I don't have adult supervision. I come out here and I do stupid things. So you get to participate in watching me do stupid things. I just realized the lighting over here, I think I have the dimmer down. Not that my lighting's great anyways, but let's see if that helps. Just realized it was really dark. Yeah, that's better. You can see my ugly face a lot better now. I had my phone. Oh, it's in my pocket. Haha. I was gonna. So, here's my problem, right? I can monitor the chats. I think it's got a little sad face right now. I don't know what that means. Destinations. So, one of the things I heard about with Twitch was you got to do like ads or something. And I don't know if they just interject themselves in the stream. I don't know how any of that works. There's nobody actually watching it, so it's okay. If anybody's on there, how does the stream look itself? I don't know why the chat. Oh, I know why. Chat. I'm gonna press the hi button. Shane is on. Looks like he's watching from YouTube. So I can see that the Facebook one, I have to go into the Facebook settings, edit post. What the shit is that? That is not. I have to change, the privacy, that's what it is. And I have to make it public in order to see the chat on Restream. So and I don't know how reliable that is. I also made a change in the frames per second on my cameras. So I'll be curious to watch this back later to see if it's any good. I'm kind of skeptical. I changed it because I was seeing this weird thing happening on the camera. And it was on the Anvil cam, I noticed it. I'm not seeing it right now. Let me cross over here and take a look. I'm not seeing it right now, but earlier there was like this blue artifacting going around like some of the edges and stuff. It was really strange. So I thought, well, I'll try changing the frames per second. Maybe they all were not matched up, which they were not. But that wasn't the cause because, like I said, I changed it and I still saw it. What I figured out, at least on the camera that I'm using for the close-up, is if I put it, this is really weird, by the way, if I put it in manual focus, it does that. When I put it into whatever, there's two different autofocus modes. When I put it in one, I haven't tried both, but when I put it in the one, it went away. So I think in the manual focus, I think there's a setting I need to look into and figure out what's causing that. I don't know. Can't post messages to some channels. I'm just going to type something in here again real quick. But it's So it says it went to YouTube and Twitch. That Chase? The C. Smothers Forge, Chase. Oh, yep, I can see the little lightning bolt. What's up, dude? Again, I don't know. I'm not. Let me turn this volume off. I'm not. What the shit? Public? Okay, so it should be able to post to this. Let me post in here. But anyways, I'm just gonna forge stuff, and then in between the heats, I'll run my mouth. That's totally not true. I'll run my mouth the whole freaking time, but we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna try. Here's the problem, right? When you're doing this restreaming thing, I just don't know how you can track all the comments. I seen my comment from Facebook come through. Now, I don't know if it's cross-posting, probably not, but I can at least figure that out. I'm going to start working on this before I forget what exactly I had planned to do with this first piece, which I really don't know, but it's definitely warm. That is not hot, by the way, not to me. I'll let you guys figure it out. Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to. I might be able to move this over. Help keep the bar cool. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Hey, Bill. I don't know. I don't know how Anvil can you see what's happening at all? Or do I need to get this thing closer? I'm not going to get it any closer right now until I get a filter for it, but is it, when it comes out hot for gas forge? I mean, it gets hot, but just, I've got the pressure turned down. I think I might be at 3 PSI right now, but hot, relative. But when it comes out hot, I mean, is it blowing out? It's hard for me to really see. Even on the big screen. So I'll take a look. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's a little blown out. Because let me tell you, it is not as hot as it looks. Very deceptive. So, and I just, like right now, right at this temperature, it looks about right. Like the color temps. So what you're seeing is essentially what I'm seeing. But when it first came out, it was, yeah, that looked like it was about to start sparking, and trust me, it was not that hot. But one of my goals is to try to show what's going on at the anvil. I feel like that's lacking in a lot of videos. There were some folks that used to do it, but they don't seem to really do it a whole lot anymore. And I feel like that could be useful in my mind. I don't know. I enjoyed seeing it. I would assume other people would enjoy seeing it too. This is like crotch cam, so I'm going to switch back so it's no longer crotch cam as this gets hot. I do have a project Friday Night Forge. So I immediately went to Forged in Fire with that. Now I see what you're saying. That's a good one, actually. So I do have a project. I have two pot racks I want to make for the cabin, because we have one right now that spans our window, the kitchen window, and it's probably the span about like that. So it's actually 2 bars separated, because I didn't want any bowing, and I didn't want to have to put a 1-inch bar across. So it's a pretty good span, but the problem is, my wife wants to put everything up there, which, I mean, it's the only pot rack we've got right now. So I get it, but when you put like big saucepans up there, I mean, why do we have a window? So all I want to do is move them to another section in the cabin in the kitchen and put the big, like the cast iron stuff and the big skillets and things like that over on another wall, still fully, easy to get to or whatever, but there's nothing on that wall. It doesn't get used for anything right now. So, and I can get a 24-inch bar in there. So a 24-inch, a half-inch bar, I'll hold up quite a bit of weight without any noticeable bowing on that span. So I'm thinking I want to do that, but that's tomorrow at some point, maybe Sunday for sure, but I don't know if I'll stream any of that. I'll take pictures or whatever, but tomorrow also going to be at the Coal Iron Works IBA meetup. They've got that going, so I'm going to go over there, represent. Besides, it's closer to me than driving all the way to Indianapolis. And it sounds like they're actually coming this time. So, I knew that was going to happen. Oh, you tricky bastard. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing, can you? I'm telling you, Bill's heard me say it before. I feel like I get more done in a coal forge than this gas forge. It's some kind of weird voodoo going on in there. Some kind of weird voodoo going on in there. Excuse me, pardon me. Shit. That's the wrong glove. That's a righty. That's a righty too. What in the world? So I've got 3, well, at least 2 lefty gloves running around somewhere out here. I'm putting this on because it scales up pretty bad, and not that bad, but I ain't trying to get burned by scale tonight, so I put this on when I'm working on that. I could just keep working it on this side, but I'm used to doing it over here. I wish I could get this more vertical. As we're having access along this edge of the anvils, I don't know if this even shows that part of the anvil. It does not, so I'm not even gonna. But right in here, where the foot is, it comes in. I'm gonna probably cut this away a good 2 inches or so and follow that shape, because that will allow me to get that bar more vertical in there. And it's not all the time. I've been trying to figure out, like when I do a scribe, I don't get quite the same ball, and this one isn't not a really flat, or fat ball, but it's fatter than what I normally get. And I think part of the reason is because the way my anvil is set up, I can't really get that bar vertical to upset it down very well. It's a pain. And what ends up happening, because it's on an angle and I'm hitting, it's just creating that taper, that point. At least in my brain, that's what I'm telling myself. So I might be able to come over here and do it. That's awfully sharp though. That's better. I wish I had thought about that before I lost half the heat. That Jot, it is not the 85 pound, it's 100 pound. It's the 100 pound double horn with no shelf. And really the only thing about this anvil I wish it had, well, a couple things really. I wish this transition was smoother, like a more traditional German pattern where it blends in. I could do that, but that's a good 1/4 of an inch transition that I would have to deal with. No thank you. And I kind of wish it had an upsetting block and a convenience bend. Yeah. Or I could have an anvil stand that doesn't suck. Yeah. Because I don't like using that area anyways for stuff. It just always bounces off and falls on the ground. I'm going to make a little swivel table type thing. Chase has got one. I think Alex Steele made one. It's kind of funny. I made fun of Chase for making that thing. And then I used it over at his place once. And I was like, all right, I'm going to have to make one of these. Convenience bend, yeah. Figure out, okay. I think I see it. I think I'm seeing it. Oh yeah, I got the steak anvil. You don't want, yeah, dude, that shelf, the shelf on any of those, I don't care for them at all. I mean, I joked with somebody once that if I like the Fontanini anvils, it's a beautiful anvil, but not a single one comes without the damn shelf option. So the first thing I would do if I had one is cut that son of a bitch right off. Boy, wouldn't that make for some fun internet? I'd be like, see ya. Hate that thing. It's right. It's like, now if it was on the opposite end, I'd leave it alone. But the fact that it's out on the horn side, nah, that's got to go. If it was on the other end of the anvil, I'd be all about it. But I mean, for those that don't know, there's like a shelf that comes off, and I can see where it's useful in certain operations. But the way I work, that's like in prime real estate for me. So that's essentially widening an already, in my opinion, an already wide anvil face. This is like 3 and some change. That would make this thing almost 6 inches wide. I don't want a face that wide, especially not where I'm doing a lot of work. Back here, I wouldn't mind as much. I'd be a lot less inclined to want to cut that sumbitch off. But yeah, up here, no bueno. I'm going to try this courtesy bend thing just for the sake of doing it. Plus, I want to do it because I'm going to bend it the hard way. And I've never done it. I've seen videos of it done. So I just wanted to give it a try. How about that? I just got to think about which way I'm bending it before I do it. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, come on. Guys, y'all make that shit look hard. Look at that, Mr. Bill Corey. I like it. Good thinking, man. This is why I keep you around. So, I've seen guys do this bend, and one, they're making it way harder than it needs to be. One, it needs to be hot, by the way. So bending at this heat, no bueno. And I may have dinged it. No, I think I did that when I was taking the corners down. One of the things when you're bending scrolls, especially for the Urbana curriculum, they don't call it out like they should, in my opinion. If I were an instructor, if I were a certified instructor, at level 2, I would probably mention it in level 1. I probably wouldn't fail you for this. But one of the things that I think that they really need to do is anytime you do a bend or anything like that, and you see hammer marks all over the place where the guy has been over here smashing against the horn, that's not good. You shouldn't be doing that to your piece when you're bending. There shouldn't be big hammer marks all along the area. And there's multiple reasons for that. One, it looks like shit. I'll just start there. 2, you're forging it. If there is no air gap between here, I don't know if you can kind of see it. I would not hit this up here because there's no gap. I would hit down here and swipe it because there's a gap there. There's nothing for that there's no support, so it wouldn't forge, it would just move down. So think about that. If I were an instructor, I wouldn't pass, at level 2, I would not pass a scroll that's been beat to hell like that. Oh yeah, pound it. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer you a promotion. Oh, hey Twitch. I don't know if that's an actual person. I'm going with bot. It's like a paid advertisement. I don't know how to stop any of that crap. The Twitch thing, I don't know, man. It just seems like a completely different culture of like interaction and blah, blah, blah. They got like little commands and have little dudes come out dancing and shit. it was funny and cool, but at the same time, I ain't about that. And really, what would really be nice, I'm surprised this hasn't become a thing yet. It would be nice if I could tag you as like a trusted member or something and allow you to actually speak so I can hear what you're saying. So it's like an actual conversation. I know like on some of these, you can bring those people on camera. I ain't figured that shit out yet, but I've seen it. You're a gamer and stay away from Twitch? Yeah, same. I've seen it, but the Twitch, there's cool stuff in Twitch, and I think it would be cool. The fact that I can stream this to I can stream this to a bunch based on my internet, but I'm using a tool called Restream. Restream then pushes it out to Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. Right now, Instagram is turned off because within Instagram, I have to go get a new key every time I want to do it, which just makes it a complete pain in the butt. And the only way I will ever do this is if it's relatively easy to get going. It only takes me half an hour maybe to set up all the cameras and the rigging and stuff. And I've already got ideas on how to shorten that time frame. So because it's that easy, I'm more motivated to do it versus if I had to come out here and, spend 2 hours getting set up and tweaking and blah, blah, blah. I would never do it. It just never would happen. How's the audio anyways? So now that's something I got to get used to doing. This. But yeah, on the scrolling and stuff, I've watched guys do that and they make it look really hard. Oh, magnet mounted, that's cool. I feel like I'd be cleaning those off a lot though in here. Between scale and the swarth and chips. But back to the scrolling thing, right? Some guys make overall good-looking scrolls, but then when you really look at them, you can see how beat up they are. Some guys don't make good-looking scrolls at all, and they wonder why. It's because they beat the shit out of them. I'm just as guilty in a lot of that regards. Finesse is not a skill that I've really acquired yet when it comes to forging. I need to work on it. Oh, cool. Switchable magnets, that's where it's at. But what I do know about a good scroll is at least, and it's not just scrolling, right? Like if you handed me a stack of tools that just have hammer marks all up and down them, I mean, come on. I mean, take some pride in your work. Make a good looking tool. Also, if you're starting with a specific size stock, why are you beating on the middle of it in the first place? Unless you're going to put a hex all the way down the thing. I don't know. This is 3/4 inch. This is a 3/4 inch fuller. There's no hammer marks from here to here. It's untouched. Why? Because you don't need to forge that. There's no reason to. But man, I've seen guys that make tools and it's just all beat to hell. I don't understand what the end game there is. I kind of dinked this out. I need to fix it now. All right, that's kind of cool actually. It's not what I wanted. I mean, but the overall sweep of that, it's kind of cool. I think had I started with that bend, I would have been much better off, but coming at it halfway through the process, not great. Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, I'll try that again later and put that bend in there before I start upsetting that to see if that. Then the other option is I could do it in the vise. I'm just playing. I want to see what's what. I am going to finish rounding it. Not rounding it, but bending it in this orientation, but it's actually got to go the other way. But I want to do that bend on the hard bend, whatever you call that. So, you know, it's funny, Bill, that you mentioned that. Dan has been doing some kind of scroll where you do a set down on the end of it, then you bend it down, and then you flip the bar over, and then you upset it down onto itself. It's kind of like a penny scroll, but it's not, I guess. Well, as he was doing it, he said, well, how would you do it? I was like, I'd take a piece of 1/8 inch and weld it to the end of that and roll that sucker up, call it a day. All right. So there is a potential for a cold shut to form right there. I'm already seeing it. So I need to deal with that. Because if I don't, I could come back to bite me. But yeah, I would totally. Yeah, I'll be at Coal Iron tomorrow. Hey, Kevin. So I don't know. I think if I come over here. I got it. Oh, you know what I need to get, man, I got to get in the habit of switching that damn camera. I know, because in that view, you can't really see much. Now, what I don't know on this camera, this one here, that's the widescreen, or the wide view, I don't know how well it would do close up. I might play with that, but I've got a camera dedicated to that. So I can come over here and just hit a button, but I keep forgetting to hit that damn button. And I don't know how good it looks. It looks really bright. I don't know how to change that right now. because I run into the issues of, you know what, maybe I can do this. Let me hit the ISO button, if I can find it again. ISO, where are you? ISO. Can I change that on the fly? Does not look like it. All right, so anyways, I'm thinking if I could turn the ISO down a little bit, it wouldn't be, see how bright it is right now? Well, Bill, I can switch, I can hook this, that would be cool, voice commanded. But I can also control this using my phone. I just haven't set it up yet. But there is an API for it, and it does sit on my network. So I could technically use the phone as a microphone and then write a little app and then have it execute commands that way. But then I have to do things that are very, I would have to do things that are very similar to my day job, and then I would rather be forging. All right, one more heat to kind of clean this up. All right, that ain't perfect by any stretch, but I don't hate it, so I'm just gonna continue dicking around with it. I'm just playing right now, so it ain't straight or flat, so let me fix that real quick. That's a lot better. Now I could cheat, and I'm not above cheating. Prism, yeah. I wonder if I could use that tool in conjunction with the other one I've got. That'd be kind of neat. But I could cheat on this and just use a scrolling jig. But I'm bending it along the width of the material versus the thickness. So now it can be done. It's actually, in my opinion, a little more difficult because that jig is really only configured. It's not really. That jig really only works well with 1/4 inch material or under. So if you put it on the try to bend it on the width, it's actually, at that point, you got to have something that's going to be able to grab a hold of 1 inch wide material as you pull it around, because the jig is 1/4 inch itself. Well, actually, it might be 3/8. No, I think it's 1/4 inch. I don't remember. Anyways. Getting there. This is the kind of stuff that I need, well, I need to practice on all, but This is the kind of stuff I really want to start practicing a little bit more of because, man, I'm just terrible at it. Like, seriously terrible. There's aspects of it that I think I'm good at, and then there's a lot of aspects of it that I suck at. So, yeah, would really like to hone in on. That's one of the things I think I'm going to work on a bit this year is scrolling stuff. It just feels like it's something I should be better at than I am. So we'll see. I feel like I got like the ideas and the concepts embedded in the brain, but translating it back down to the hand and the hammer, I'm not there yet. That's not as tight as I want. And I did it again. The forging stream, what am I making? The Dudio. That's cool though, I can see the chats. Dudio, the Dudio. I'm practicing, to be honest. It's just a scroll bent on the hard way versus the easy way. So when you bend the material, this way, this would be the easy way, right? But I'm bending it this way, the hard way. I suck at both. But I've seen enough movies to be dangerous. All right, that's better. The problem with making it that tight though is you see how poopy that end finial is. Is whatever. So the problem here is I can't tell. You want to start forging yourself, man? Hey, the best advice I can give you with forging is if you're in the United States, I don't know where you're located, but if you're in the United States, find a local Abana chapter, that's ABANA. You can go to their website and they have chapters broken out by state typically. And then find your state's local chapter. If there isn't one of those, there might be a guild, a blacksmithing guild that you can check out. And almost all of those will have people that are willing to show you stuff. Take advantage of that. And don't buy any tools or anything right away. Go there, and most people will let you use their stuff. And that's also a good way to figure out what kind of hammer you like and the weight you like. So you could buy a hammer and then be like, man, this hammer sucks. I did it. It's still over here somewhere. And I was using it earlier today and I was like, I remembered why I hated that thing. But yeah, join a local group, man. Easy. You're in Canada, so I know that they've got guilds there too. They do the can iron thing. I'll tell you, geographically, I don't know jack shit about Canada. I used to think I knew where Toronto was. I was so wrong. I know I have a vague idea where Montreal is, only because I have a friend that lives there. So based off of his ride time, I know it's not that far. But outside of that, I don't really know. But I would assume you guys have something similar. Most countries do. All right. Now I can get more of that hot. And now I'm also probably going to have to switch to tongs because it's getting deep in my forge. So I know these are the ones I want because they have hexes on the end, and the only person I know that does that is Bill Corey. And those are the only tongs I have for this size, made by Mr. Bill Corey. Yeah, definitely look into it, man. So there you go. You got a fellow Canadian right there. You guys can conspire to take us over at some point, forging wise or militarily, whichever works. So you're near Montreal as well, I'm assuming, at least within skipping distance. You guys have like large swaths of like land that's like almost uninhabited, right? Like it's just giant forest and ice. It's like I think vast majority is along the coastlines and then the southern portions of Canada. But yeah, like where cities and stuff are located, I don't know. So I think my buddy lives in Montreal, but I don't remember. Is that north of like Buffalo, New York, or is that that's where that? I can't remember now. He's up on that side though. Texas, yeah, that's where I grew up. Texas is an interesting place. A lot of people don't fully comprehend all that is Texas. I had a guy that thought he was going to move to Dallas and travel back and forth to Houston all the time. And I was like, yeah, I don't think so, bro. And he was like, well, why not? It's like a 9-hour drive, man. All right. Let's scale all the way up to my face. And I forgot to switch the camera again. Anyways, that's where I'm at right now. I'm just going slow. I just want to see what I can do. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need tongs. I can feel the heat soaking through into my glove now. So I'm just trying to see how much I can take that. My buddy was bending hoops, or circles. Montreal is north of New York. Ottawa, that's where my buddy's from. He's from Ottawa. Whereas he calls it Blottawa. It's kind of like, reminded me of, who's Kurt Vonnegut. Always referred to Indianapolis as India no place. Which is really cool because I've been getting into machine tools, and Indianapolis. There were several tool makers down there. one of which Kurt Vonnegut's family owned. I think they mostly bought tools from somebody else and rebranded them, but I don't know that for certain. But there was at one point in time, there was the Indianapolis Blower Company, which my buddy Jamie Geyer in Ohio has. Geez, I want to say it's a 36-inch blower that was made. It's an Indianapolis blower. They're pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I'm digging it. Got a little flat spot right there I'd like to get rid of. A little bit better. I gotta say, it's getting flat right in here. I didn't switch the camera again. Nothing amazing to watch anyways. But this, I'm pretty happy with. There's this little spot right here I still need to work out. And then this, but overall, that's one of the best scrolls I've done freehand in a while. But like there's a flat spot here and a little flat spot down here that I need to deal with. And I have no idea what I'm doing with this thing. I'm just doing it. Scroll is starting to exceed the capacity of my forge. Quench the finial, huh? Well, that's easier said than done. I ain't got no water. Well, actually, there's probably enough water in there to do that with. Mostly ice. Mostly ice. Let's see. Oh yeah, not gonna be able to get that in there. So the first thing I want to do is right there. Better, ain't great. It's still a little flat right there. Yeah, anyways, I'm going to stop playing with that right now. I mean, it's not terrible, and I did what I wanted to do, and I learned something in the process, which I always enjoy. I also learned that bending it the hard way is not that hard. the way I'm doing that, I learned, I mean, I'm sure people do it that way, but I learned that by watching videos of farriers. And I remember looking at it one day going, well, I mean, hell, if you just change the angle of that, you can create the donut thing. People make it sound so hard. It's not that hard. Just got to be willing to try a thing. So I tried the thing, and it worked out. I'll have to remember the quenching of the finial in the convenience bin would have been nice. Start with, rather than 2/3 of the way through with that finial. I think by that point, it was not going to give me what I wanted. I got close. That's the scrolls. That's something I want to do more of. I'm not going to do any more tonight, I don't think. But me and Chase did a class with Jonathan Pinkston about, almost this time last year. I think it was in March last year. Was it March, Chase? I don't remember. I think it was March. It was either March or April. I remember it being cold. So probably March. But anyways, we did that class, and that was really cool. And we all made jigs. And I think the only person that's really gone out and attacked it with any zeal has been Chase. But we all made jigs, and then with this jig, you can make sea scrolls that will touch. There's some mathematical madness that goes on into that to still have a good, and they come out the same every time. That helps too. When you're doing it like a trivet or something, if you want it symmetrical, they got to be the same. Yeah, Bill, if you'd been here a little earlier, you could have caught me and prevented my stupid from taking over. Thanks. See, again, like I said, when I don't have adult supervision, so now I want to do, before I do it, two things. I'm going to switch to the anvil cam. I'm going to switch to the anvil cam, but I'm going to get my tools out and be ready to rock and roll for the most part. So I want my slot punch. That'll be later. I'm going to want my fullers. I want this fuller. I'm going to want my round fuller, my ball fuller. I need a chisel, and I need a nose punch, and I need whatever these two might be. I need them. And another fuller. I don't think I need that fuller though. I might need the bigger ball fuller, so I'll just have it out and ready. I do not think I need a glove anymore. No. So, I'm going to switch now, lest I forget yet again. Bill, you're probably the most responsible out of all of us chuckleheads. Except for that bandsaw you bought. I don't know what you were thinking there. Go. It's still a little. I'll get it hot before I do that. I'm trying to do. I'm making this harder for myself than I need to. I'm just trying to do a horse head, but smaller than I would normally do, but using the same size stock. So that's all. Just playing around. This is probably going to bite me in the butt though, because I don't know. Like the eye punch that I have handy, that horse is going to have an anime eye. I think the rest is okay, but that eye is really big for this. So. But I wanted to try a smaller horse head on this size stock just to see. Otherwise, I'll cut it off and do whatever, and then go back to another thing I wanted to try tonight. See, I cut up a bunch of this stock just to play around with. I want to try, because Valentine's is quickly approaching. I was going to try and do a heart hook. I mean, I can do a heart. I think I can do a hook. We'll see. Yeah, this nose is a little. Much better. Okay, it's going to have to be this side. The other side looks a little funky. I don't know what happened. I think I moved. What size stock? I was distracted. It is 1/4 by 3/4. Is that how y'all say it? In my world, it's 3/4 by 1/4, but it's 1/4 by 3/4. Flat bar. I think it's hot rolled. I don't think it's shear stock. I don't know. Do they do 3/4 shear? They might. You probably do. I wouldn't be surprised. I've got some 1/2 inch, and that's debatable. I think it might be a little bit of both. When you're bending scrolls cold, that can definitely impede you a little bit. So know what you got. Shear stock does not play nice. Also, shear stock is not. I made a TV tray, and shear stock is notoriously not. The tolerances are quite wide. Let me just tell you. I thought I was punching everything to pass through 3/4 inch, and like nothing that I punched would the 3/4 inch go through. And I know it was 3/4 because I was pushing my 3/4 inch drift through it, and it was the flat bar was not going through. So I'm going to cheat. You know what? Actually, I want to take this neck down a little bit more. All right, butter. It's got a little bit of a camera. Got a little bit of a valley back there that I don't like that. So I'm going to pull that out. Some people like that look, and it can be cool. It's just not, I don't care for it. It looks like you forgot to finish it. Now, being that I'm going to be fullering that, it probably would never show, but it might, so I'm just going to deal with it right now. All right, that is better. All right, so let me get this hot so I can bend it. Get the vise mostly ready. I cheat. I don't bend that. I'd use the vise. I mean, I can do it at the anvil, but I think you get a tighter bend doing it in the vise. And I like it. I like that bend really tight behind the cheek. Now, one thing I've learned in doing this a couple of times now, this is easier to see in this. Right here, I don't take this all the way down right away, because when I fuller in the cheek, that's going to expand a little bit, and then if you're not careful, it can expand into that, and then it's just not, it just doesn't look as good. So, this is the side I'm going to work on. Let me switch to anvil cam. This is, I don't know how well that's coming through. It looks like it's coming through. But yeah, I leave a little gap in there. I can close that up later. If I need to. So the only thing I don't like about the chat doodad that's on here is I can only really read like one comment at a time, so I have to scroll back. How heavy is my hammer? It's 3.5 pounds. It's a 3.5 pound rounding hammer that I made with Ed Brazil. And this is my everyday hammer. I use this guy all the time. It's got Ed's touch mark on there. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's there. This is my everyday hammer. We made this in 2020, early 2020 during the COVID lockdown. Obviously, we were listening to that. So this is my everyday driver. This is one I made last June with Andrew Larson during our demo. His demo. That's my touch mark. That's Andrew's. We did this, and then I bought this in the auction like a dummy. But I was happy to support the IBA, even though I helped make this hammer. I think this is a 3 pounder. But I I use this one quite a bit now as well. Usually I keep this one in my truck. That way I've always got a hammer. And then I've got a 4.5 pounder that Ethan Hardy made. I think it's 4.5. It's either 4 or 4.5, I forget. I think it's 4.5 though. Ethan made this one. He was selling these at one point. And I use this one to get after the big stuff. I can use it on the smaller stuff, but it's more comfortable to use a smaller hammer. For me, a 3.5 pound hammer is a smaller hammer. But I do have a much smaller, I forget what this thing is, the Brent Bailey All-Rounder, I think is what he calls it. Like maybe 1.5 pounds, 1.3 pounds. You can't even see it. But I think when I bought this was only 75 bucks. And I use this for a lot of the really small stuff, and when I really need to get into something really tight, it's nice. So I normally do not do the cheeks first, but I'm going to this time because I'm doing it mostly because what I'm going to do is once I finish cheeking it, I'm going to finish bending it back. But you see how it filled out the cheek a bit more by doing that? I don't know if you can really tell, but it fills it out a bit more, rounds it out a little bit more. Just gives it a little bit more depth, I think. But I'll go over that one more time, and then I'll finish that bend. Hey Ed, what's up? Normally when I do that last or close to last. But for me, I'm finding that if I do this earlier and then finish that bend in, it won't encroach into that space that's caused me problems in the past. Because what happens is that it's that thinner material pushes into it, and then it kind of gets mushed, and it just doesn't look as good in my opinion. But the other thing is if you're not careful when you're on the anvil, this is something you could be mindful of. I am not, which is why I'm changing this. When you're driving this in, if you've got the horse head back here, you can lose detail on stuff that you've already done, even though you're not directly hitting it. I've had that happen a couple times now. So I figured I'd try this. All right, I'm going to switch to the bigger one real quick and just give it like one good hit. Yeah. All right. Now I don't know if you remember how close, look how far down that cheek came. Might have got a little carried away with myself. That's okay. But now I can bend that in a little bit more now and feel better about it. It could be a little more round, but I'm not fussing over it. I just wanted to try. That's what I wanted to do. I just wanted to come out and try different things on stuff that I normally do, just try different ways to see what comes out of it, right? Like one day, I don't do a horse head exactly in the same, when I do a horse head, my set downs aren't like the way Brian does them. In fact, if you watch Brian's videos, he does them a little different every time, it seems like. But one of the things I know, I did it exactly the way his video was once. And what I found is that horse head looked a lot closer to like how Brian does them. His are very I don't know if I have one available. His tend to be, I don't even know how to describe it, sleek. The silhouette of the horse head is more sleek and graceful. It's just got a really different look to it. But if you follow the way he does it, you can produce that same look. At least I was able to, and I'm thinking if this dumbass can do it, you can do it. But at the same time, I don't want my horse heads to look like Brian's. And then, anybody's been around Brian long enough, Brian or Ed, honestly. And I'm looking to see if I have one hanging up in there. I think I took them inside. I have a horse head from both of them, and they look different, and you can tell they're different. And then if you're around those guys long enough, you can start to figure out whose is whose. It's not that one's better than the other. There's just a dramatic difference in the way they do it, and it's their look. It's the way they look. So I'm just playing around with my order of operations a little bit, trying a couple different things to see, can I still produce? Oh, Christ-Centered Ironworks. I hope I'm not encroaching on any. I know it's Friday night. I don't know if you guys are streaming tonight. But the horse head, I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it, I don't want to say mine, but more like when you look at it, you'll be like, oh yeah, Rob made that, other than it being ugly. Oh yeah, Rob made that. All right, I need a chisel and a fuller. It's nice and hot, so I'm going to go and not burn my hoodie again. All right. Like I said, he's going to have, his eyes are going to match his cheeks. I don't have him put the eye in yet, but the eye is definitely going to match those big old cheeks. This guy's he got stung by a bee. All right, okay. Let me get this hot again. Just wanted to make sure I had the punches out and ready. Right on. I need to put that on my calendar though. So like from being in a band, one of the things we learned right away was, check the calendar and see what shows are going on that night that you're thinking about booking in that town. Because nothing is more rude than booking a show, a same genre of music show the same night as another band is playing in that same genre of music. There's some leeway there if it's an all ages show versus in a over 18 or over 21 club. There's some give there, but if you're playing at one bar one night, that night, and then you go, another band books a show that same night in another bar 3 blocks down the road, that's just rude. So I always try to think about that. Let me skewer a little bit. Hey, Abana, I know you're not watching, but if you were to be watching, you might want to consider doing the same thing. Booking your conference on the same weekend as Blade Show is dumb. Dumb. Why would you do that? So dumb. And they were there first in terms of that date. So dumb. All right. Anime eye is going to go. Man, that is totally an anime eye for this horse. Now, I don't like doing this twice, but I feel like this one needs it. Oh, wow. That cheek is killing me. I should have left that alone. Nose. I like this to cool off just a little bit before I do the nose, because this tends to be really sharp, and I have a bad habit of cutting their noses off. Ask Bill. There we go. It's starting to look more like an alpaca than a horse. Maybe I separate the ear and stand it up. Then it would look like an alpaca. I'll send it to Mark Lang. I did not, Kevin. I was going to wrap it up in a blanket tonight just to make sure it stays nice and cozy and warm. You know, because, so for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, and some of you may be one in this group of people, I don't know. I'm not afraid to put my foot in my mouth. People are talking about preheating their anvils. This is still cold. It's not hot at all. It's cold. I mean, it's probably in the 40s, maybe 50s. It's still cold, plenty cold. So the guy, he was shooting his anvil was like hitting 30 degrees, maybe 25, 30 degrees. And then he warmed it up to like 65 degrees. And people are like, yeah, warm that thing up. That's the way you do it. From a thermodynamics seeking equilibrium point of view, 30 degrees difference between what your anvil was and then what you warmed it up to. When you put 2,000 degree steel on there, is not going to make any noticeable difference whatsoever. You can heat this anvil up to 200 degrees. That difference in heat, you will not notice the difference as a human being. When is it seeking equilibrium? You will not notice that. In fact, what I would say is you're probably going from a 600-pound anvil to a 100-pound anvil. You might see a difference. You might. I doubt it. You might. Only because the 600-pound anvil has so much more mass to pull the heat out. But even then, I doubt it. As a human being, I don't see you noticing that difference. That's what, maybe, let's say 100 degrees across 2,000 degrees. So that's 1,900 degrees difference. And you're telling me that you can see that difference. So the trick to that, by the way, if you heat up a piece of material, hell, let's just do it. I'm going to pull this piece out. Whatever this heat is, I don't know. Oh, you guys want to switch to the anvil cam for this? Boom. Let's watch it. Typically, heavy forging, I would stop at this heat. I would not be forging anymore. It's time to go back in. Right? Okay. Notice how I'm putting the piece on my anvil, though. I could now at this heat, definitely don't want to be forging it. Not anything heavy. This is at most planishing heat. Now let's put it back in, and I'll show you what these jokers are up to. And even with what they're doing, I don't foresee it being an issue that you have to deal with. Yeah, I can believe that. I mean, that's what, 600 pound and change anvil. I know I have gotten my 250 pound anvil so hot I couldn't touch it. I'd upset 2 bottom tools in it, making 2 bottom tools, one after the other. And it got hot to the point that you couldn't put your hand there for more than a second. I mean, it was like, woo, it was that hot. This one I can imagine getting hotter than that, because it's only 100 pounds. And then like my keyed in anvils, those will get hot. The striking anvils will get hot. They will get so hot you don't want to touch it. In fact, there's been times where I've had to cool mine off just because it was getting ridiculous. Cowboy boot Crocs. What in the world? Do not do that, man. Nope. Actually, go for it. I kind of want to see that. So I think this is about the heat I came out. This is what people are doing, by the way. I come over here. They're doing this. Look how much faster that's getting cold. If you're bearing your material on it, this is a good trick too, by the way. If you want to do that, put your hammer on top of it. And then when you see how much colder that is, I do that a lot of times when I want to cool off just a little piece. I'll put my hammer on top of it while it's sitting on the anvil like this. But look how much faster that got cold. When you're bearing the entire surface of your material on there, it's going to suck the heat out. But you know what? I bet you. Oh. I'm putting the back of my hand on there, so that if that's really hot, that would be no bueno. This is not bothering. In fact, it's already cooled off. It was warm, but it has already cooled off. There's no, and yeah, no, I get it. That's not like any kind of scientific test or whatsoever, but 465, yeah. So, but it does not see equilibrium. There's actually a calculator out there you can go and look at, and it will show you the rate. I don't know the correct terminology for this. I'm not a physicist, by the way. In musicians' terms, I would call that the rate of decay, where you can see those two temperatures, right? And then you can watch those slowly coming into each other and then balancing out. That sweep, going from 30 degrees, from 30 degrees to 2,000 degrees, and then that meeting somewhere in the middle, that isn't happening in any amount of time that you can hammer. It's not going to, what's going to happen is that heat will suck out on your anvil, sure, but it's going to pull that rate out no matter what the temperature of your anvil is, unless it's already the same heat as the piece. And then if that's the case, well, you're not forging on it. Yeah, my striking anvil is anchored. This one's just staked down, so you can probably see it move. This one will get a pad this summer, but my striking anvil, which is over that way, it's sitting on 18 inches of concrete that we poured a separate pad for it, and but I can take, not this anvil stand, maybe, no, probably not, but I'm building a new anvil stand for this one, and then I'll be able to put it over there if I want to, because it'll have the same foot pattern. What was I going to do to this guy? Oh yeah, he needs a main. Do I have? Oh, it's right here. So, I bet you this is getting. I'll seek equilibrium between my legs. I bet. That's another thing. When I fuller the main, this is mine. I'm stuck in my pocket. Get out of my pocket. I don't do as much as I do. So that's another thing. But that was more of a marking heat. I'm running out of. I can't get my stand any closer. I need to build a swing out for this thing. I don't use this gas forge very often. I don't use gas very often. Anvil cam. Well, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. The Delta. Yeah. And more on musician terminology, we call that decay. That forge is plenty hot now, though. I'll give it that. I'm going to go ahead and yeah, I doubt Bill could do that. Not to say he wasn't a good IT guy, but I'm a nefarious IT guy. I did security for a long time. And it got boring. Nobody's original anymore. It's easier to take advantage of dumb old people. Now see, this one needs to come up a bit more. Match. This one was a little close, but it needs to come up a little bit more too. So, those are the things. I'll point it out. I'm not scared. Something I didn't do well. My spacing, I didn't leave enough room between these two, so that's going to be an issue. These two are fine. But these two, I put too much spacing between them, so it's not consistent. And these two are probably fine, but it's looking like it's getting a little close. You have to remember to keep enough room between them for this material to stay, so it doesn't get super sharp on you. You can actually fuller this down. I'm not even halfway down. If I kept working that would push this peak up and actually make it kind of sharp, and then I'd have to deal with that. I don't know if you saw any of that because I wasn't looking, but yeah. Visually, it ain't great. Could I put this on a keychain or make a bottle opener out of it or whatever? Probably, and be okay with it based off of some of the stuff I've seen. But I always make it a point to look at something I've done. I try to be honest with myself and what I could have done better. Now, like I said, I was trying to make this horse a little different than before, and it just didn't work out the way I wanted it to. The proportions down here, I'm not happy with. The cheek, I blew the cheek way out. I should have stopped probably 3 or 4 hits ago before I did that. And then the mane is inconsistent. I don't care for it. I could maybe, see, I don't think that there's enough room between these two to put another one in there to try to fill that out. So I was just a live and learn. Yeah. I mean, but I'm not saying it's useless or throw it away. I always try to look at things and go, okay, well, next time, try to be more mindful as I go. And do better next time. Sometimes I'll do better in certain areas, and it's sometimes I'll do better in one spot and then screw up in another spot that I normally don't. So it's just trying to get it all into the same perspective. So I know it's no secret that there's no secret out there. You know, a lot of guys have this weird notion of how many heats can you do something in. I don't necessarily, and I think Roy's preached this before. I don't personally buy into that too much. Yes, I see some value in doing things in one heat if you can do them well and do them right. Sweet. But that shouldn't be the goal or the focus. Doing it well and doing it right should be the goal and the focus. I wasn't trying to do that in one heat, and I still screwed up, so clearly I'm not even there yet. But yeah, I mean, if you're trying to churn them out, you know, I get it. But honestly, if you're trying to churn these out in this style, a lot of that fullering nonsense, I would get rid of. I wouldn't even do it. I just chisel the main in. In fact, I don't think they look as dramatic, but the average person probably doesn't even care. They probably don't even care. So it's like, why spend a lot of time and effort on something? Why make a $30 keychain when it could have been a $10 keychain? Boot cam. Yeah, I mean, anytime you can do something in as few heats as possible, it's always a good thing. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to doing that. I just don't think, especially for people that are just starting out, that should definitely not be, that shouldn't enter your equation at all. Like the number of heats it's taking you to do something. Get that out of your brain, I mean, to a degree. But try to get that out of your brain and out of your system and just focus on doing the work and doing good work. Now, it shouldn't take all day to make a hammer with a striker, especially if I'm the one striking for you. But it has. It has. Let me grab a smoke. So, I have a pile of cigars out here. I do not intend to smoke them all, but if I do, I'm definitely done for the night. But I brought enough out to at least last me the night. So I'm going to try to do a normal, quote-unquote, normal horse head at this point, just to see if I still remember how. Because I don't know. It's been a while. Like 3 days. Just see if I can. Right there. I was waiting to see if Bill started yelling. There we go. Miller time. You know what's really funny is my old camera setup was just my phones, a phone, and I went back and watched one of those, and I was like, Why would anybody watch this? You can't see a damn thing that's going on. And now that I've got a camera that I can go boop, I keep forgetting to do it. I'll get there. I'll get there. It'll happen. Then we'll have disco lights and stuff. That'll be like a Twitch command where you can watch Rob do a terrible dance. There was a guy I was watching on Twitch. Hey Jeff. There was a guy I was watching on Twitch forging, and he had tunes playing in the background, and I didn't recognize a lot of that stuff that was going on at first. And then I was like, wait a minute. Is that Ghost? And then another song was like, wait a minute. Is that Megadeth? Hey, wait a minute, is that blah? And I started recognizing bands, and I thought, well, hell, if I were to do that on Facebook, they'd shut me down. So that was one of the things. I'm sure Twitch has got its own weird rules, but I just thought that was strange. Hammer. So I'm just going to refine this a little bit. And I'll bend this one, get back to it. I can get away with a decent amount on TikTok. What? TikTok influencer. I wouldn't even know what that is. So my camera setup, you can get a decent DSLR camera now for under $400. I know that still sounds like a lot of money to some people, and you can get other cameras too. But what I would say is, if you do that, I mean, like the wide angle camera that I'm using right now, I could probably get away with this using a GoPro, the newer GoPros. And you can get those, not the latest model, but like 2 models back, you can get those starting at like $250, I think. And you can get the cheapy knockoff versions for less. I would say, and I'm not there, lighting will make a much bigger difference than the cameras right out of the gate. So you can get like some key lighting back behind the cameras this way, and then maybe something off to the side a little bit with it, you know, to fill in. You'd be golden. And I think I saw a set of photography lights, LED with remote, blah, 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 tripods, like $150 for a pair, that's crazy. I can remember when that kind of stuff was like $1,000 a pop. I mean, I'm sure there still are in some degree, but all right. This anvil is, it's sitting in dirt, and it is starting to, we leveled it off when we first sat it down, but it's starting to get unlevel. Yeah, depending, the way I work, a top view, I thought about it, but I tend to work like this. So you're just going to be looking at the back of my head. Which I mean, I guess that could be an OnlyFans thing. But I don't know necessarily. Now maybe if I brought this one closer, if I brought it closer and then up higher and down, that might work. Speaking of anvil cam, well, blam. All right, now that I'll leave. Only Smiths. There we go. My wife listens to that ASMR stuff, and I'm always like, man, I should do an ASMR blacksmith channel. Where, like, you know, it's just filing and sanding, or, you know, you just hear. I don't know, just little things. Tongue squeaking. The roar of the gas forge. Can you guys hear the gas forge, by the way? I don't know how loud that is. I can see some ambient volume, but it's really low, whatever it is. Oh, he needs a mouse. He's gonna need a mouse. I'm trying to look up to see it and show you at the same time. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Should not be a lot of dragon's breath on this. Let me turn down the lights. Let's take a look. Actually, let me turn those lights off. And it would show up a lot better. Not really seeing any. I know what you're saying, but on this gas forge, I've got it tuned pretty well. There's very little dragon's breath coming off of it. Yeah. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but now I can see the heat waves coming out of it. I've got plans to fix that too. I'm just trying to decide if I want to leave this forge on this particular cart or not. And I have not decided on that one way or the other. I mean, it fits on the cart fairly nicely. But as far as gas forges go, though, this thing has been top notch. I've had no real, I got minor complaints, but outside of that, no real complaints. I dig it, but I don't want to use, I want to use a bigger puller. What do I do with it? Well, while I look for it, I can put that back in the fire. As far as fixing the, hey, there's a smaller eye punch. As far as fixing the heat coming out of the front of the forge, I want to put an air curtain on it, which will help with that dramatically. I'm switching to a much fatter fuller for this. This is what I've been using. Like, wrong camera. So I'm switching to a fatter fuller. It's not as long, but so this is the one I've been using, and I'm switching to this one. You can see it's not quite twice as thick, but it's a fair bit thicker. And I have another one. This one's probably the step up from that, but again, I want it a little bit fatter than this. And I want to try to get these a little more even this time. And that's a lot better spacing wise, I think. The bottom one is a little off, but not that bad. And I can tilt the fuller towards that and push in to take up some of that void. So overall, aesthetically, I like this horse better than the other one. The other one, to me, I mean, honestly, if those ears were standing straight up, this dude would be an alpaca. Get those ears to stand straight up. I might do that later just for kicks. It's just the proportions weren't right. So it is what it is. I don't know what time it is, speaking of. 8:43. So at some point, I'll have to let the dogs out. For this one, I need to push over a little more. There we go. Oh, I forgot. I know. I know. Nobody's watching anymore anyhow. I don't think. Eight people on YouTube? That can't be right. That can't be right. Next time I do this, one of the next times that I do this, I will actually plan to do something other than what I'm currently up to. That way it's not like, what the heck is that guy got? What is he doing? Because hell, I don't even know. I did it again. Anyways. I feel like I'm on fire, but I'm not. But this glove is really hot. I just realized I have I've talked about this before, like at the fair. I have this weird knack for making mean looking horses. I don't know why I do that. I gravitate toward, it's the darkness inside. But, I mean, this dude looks mean. And I know what it is. It's just, I have this tendency to, when I come out, and it's the eye placement mostly, I think. So, do a tongue making tutorial. Yeah, I am generally the other end of that horse. Bill can definitely attest to that. Especially when I'm around Paul and Dan and those guys. We are a gaggle of idiots. No bones about it. I don't think any of us would argue that. A gaggle of idiots. Tong. So it's funny you mentioned the tong thing. Yes, I want to do that. I started actually playing around. So the real question would be, would you prefer to see tongs done on a power hammer or tongs by hand? I'm much more comfortable doing them by hand, but this is a pair of tongs I started on the power hammer. Everything on these so far, except I think I upset the boss a little bit by hand, but this was all done under the power hammer. I have not touched it with a regular hammer yet. There's problems with this, but I'm learning the process of doing it under the power hammer is slightly different. So I'm trying to just get that ingrained in my head. And this guy, I'm going to punch it, but I'm not going to finish it. So, I like to mark before I punch. As I was taught, look over your punch. And then you can look under your punch. But I don't typically do that. What I do is tilt up, mark it. Then now I'll look under, mark it, then play connect the dots. Yeah. And then mark it a little heavier. And then I don't even know if you can see that line, to be honest. Now when I come out, when it's actually hot, I don't have to try to figure that out, you know. It's a little easier. When you're me, you need all the assistance you can get. A lot of times, if I were to be doing like production runs of these horses, what I'd do is figure out how much material I needed to do each one with for a bottle opener. I'd cut that, take them over to the grinder and clean up the ends. And then I would mark where I'm going to punch that hole. I would do that cold. And then I would just do like, a handful of those in one big batch. And then I would just take them out and then take 2 or 3 and put them in the fire at once. And then not the coal fire, but in the gas forge. I'd turn the gas forge down probably. But I'd do 2 or 3 in there and then just run them through. I kind of did something like that for the fair this year. I think I've only made one pair of tongs using flat stock. I've taken round stock and made it flat, but I've not actually made a pair of tongs with that. I was going to, and I think something came out that I didn't like, but Mark Krause recently shared a document with me on making industrial tongs that I really like the way that those work. I have a pair that's similar, but let me punch this first and I'll show you. Also, I punch through the side with the detail, so I don't inadvertently hammer out my detail. And now I can find my hole, or right there it is. Oh yeah. So in this lighting, it's really hard to see it, so I'm just going to get that hot again. I never thought about that when I put these lights in, but man, it is really hard to see that shine line. But back to the tongs, let me go grab those. All right, now I need to switch to the other camera. So these tongs, by the way, were made by Jonathan Pinkston, and they're very similar in some regards to the Mark Krause tongs that he was showing me. They're not exactly the same. There's a bit of Brian Brazil in this, a bit of Jonathan in this, and then I think some of that style of Mark Krause. But let me switch to the other camera real quick. So these are the ones I'm talking about, right? So they're just bolt jaw tongs, but that's the way they close up. So you could put a ring on that, and they said, but this is your handle, right? So, and that's the way Mark described those tongs. Tongs are really nothing more than a handle for your hot material, right? So if you think about a handle, they're not splayed open, right? And the other reason you don't want, when you're working on a power hammer, for instance, you don't want, people do it, but you really don't want tongs that are splayed open like this when you're working under a power hammer, just because if you should accidentally come down and hit this, and it won't take much for it to try to close them up, and then it's going to pinch or grab a hold of something on you that you may not have when it's done. So when they're fully closed and engaged on the material, you don't have that problem. Now these are different. Marks are flat and they don't have the bend outs on the ends. I think that's an easy fix. You could just cut it off if you didn't like it. I don't think it's going to bother me. You can still get the ring over it and get it down as far as you want. But these hold really well. These were made, I think, for 1 inch. And they hold really well, especially when you get that tong clip on there, or tong ring. And then you slide that thing all the way down. So that way it's not in your way when you're working the tongs. And they're nice and secure and tight and handy. However, they do have one problem. And Marks do this too. If you set them down in there, they're going to splay way open. In fact, these are really wide open. I can set them in this way, but they're likely going to fall out at some point. Like if you just take some little tubes and weld it to a rack or something, you'd be all right. Now I can see it. And I just did the same thing. Mark top, bottom, connected the dots. Now I'm just going to drive it out. And there it goes. I can see it. I was off a little bit. So I'll take a smaller slot punch and just knock that out. Yeah, see, I was off. You can see it. Well, no you can't, because I forgot to switch again. But you can see I was off, I don't know, probably a good 16th. So not a big deal, but it's better to not be off. And it's definitely better to not beat off. Right, family friendly. I figured I needed to beat one of you guys to the punch. Take it easy, Jeff. Yeah, those tongs that Mark sent the document for, I'd like to do those at some point. I don't know. I mean, there's so many tong videos out there, but there's not a lot of tong videos using the power hammer And I'm actually going to get Kurt to do his way, so I can show that off. Because at least to my eyes, it's completely backwards from the way I do things. But the more I've been practicing on the power hammer, the more it's making sense to me why it's done that way. Doing them by hand, that's it's not that hard, really. I mean, the hardest part about doing them by hand, if you want to say it's hard, is drawing the reins out. And if you're like Bill, you just cut that sucker off and weld your reins on them. Forge weld them, like a man. I totally put that slot punch up here, I think. Yeah. How am I doing it? Really? I bet you. No? What in the world? Yeah, it's got a nice piece of rag on it, but that I can just hit it with a rasp and it'll come right off. But overall it's straight and even though I got it off. Wow, you can't really tell, can you? Just trust me when I say it's mostly straight. Mostly straight. So I'll cut that off later, and then I'll finish doing, I don't know if I might just make it a something, but I wanted to do something else with this. And I've seen people do this before. I've kind of tried it once, but haven't. I saw something recently that I want to try. I need to go check on this thing I'm looking at real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot to turn the mute back off. There was a critter out there. I think it's a squirrel is made its nest either in the shop or real close to it, and it was out there complaining that I dare do something in my own shop. So you're not allowed to preheat the VEVOR anvil. Wonder why they say to keep it out. It's probably because that paint's doo-doo. Or I mean, if it is in direct sunlight, I guess it could burn you too. That's one of those things. Always amazes me to watch somebody reach down and grab a piece of steel that's been sitting out in the sun. Like, you don't have to be a blacksmith to know that's going to get hot. But you know, some people. So I want to do one of those heart hooks. I've never really done one. I can't think of, unless it was, I think Roy might have blanks for that, but I've never actually done one without a blank that I can recall. And I had an idea for that, so I'm going to try it. And I will show y'all. There's two ways to do this taper. And I want to do it one way that I normally would not do this taper this way, but I'm going to do it this way just because I've watched people struggle with this taper and it blew my mind. Like it legitimately blew my mind. I was watching and one of these people were claiming to be a quote unquote knife guy. And I was like, how can you be a knife guy and you can't do that? But anyways, sorry, knife guys. I love y'all. I really do. You know how you know I love you? I'm making fun of you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that video. Do you have a new rebound test? Is that what that board was that I saw? So, can we see what's going on? We can see what's going on. Gotta fix that a little bit. Got a little wonky on me. There we go. But yeah, I've watched guys try to do this taper, and I was just thinking to myself, like, what in the world? Why is that hard? That's not the prettiest. I don't normally do it like this. But I remember seeing it and thinking, why is that hard? It's not. Now, I can fully see how that could be a difficult thing to do if you're like less than, 6 months to a year into it. I can get that. But that ain't these guys. A couple of these guys, 3-4 years, into it, maybe some even longer. And I just remember thinking, up to this point, I think I've done that 3 times like that, 3 or 4 times. And I'm sure it shows. But I did the first time I did it, I was like, okay, I'm not sure, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but it looks like what they were trying to do. I don't know. It's whatever. I don't normally, if I'm making a taper like that, like if I were going to leave it that way, yes, I would do it that way. I would normally work both sides, flip it 180 degrees and work it down to the taper that I want. But you could do it this way and then center it. It's whatever works for you. That's not how I would typically do it. You guys like that boot? All right. So it's a Red Wing. It's probably 4 years old now. Holding up pretty well. I wear these boots all the time. I got some JK boots that I'm afraid to wear out in the shop because they're so damn nice. What's that new boot all the influencers are wearing these days? Look at it. Oh, you can't, it's so blown out you can barely see it. Now I'm going to split it. Now I did watch a scrolling video with the beveled scroll, and it was really cool. I didn't watch that video and think, boy, I could do that. No, I watched that and was like, what the hell? Couldn't figure that one out. I mean, I could figure out what was going on, but I was just like, damn. Talk about, I need to get a regular scroll down first before I get to that. Speaking of, I want to look at that other one I did earlier. I mean, there's aspects of it that I liked, and then there were aspects of it that it was no bueno. But there's a, so let me see, right here, it's a little flat, and then as I come around, it was right in here, in this area is a little flat, so I had not extended down there, so this is a little flat too, but I was trying to work these out, but I didn't want to spend all night scrolling something that I wasn't ultimately happy with in the first place. This finial end, I wasn't super keen on. I learned a bit doing it though. So next time, courtesy bin before I start. This is a great tip from Bill. Problem was is it came about 2/3 of the way into this, and by that time it was a little bit beyond what I could do to get this as round as I'd like. It's also, yeah, I collapsed it in a little more than I meant to. I wanted space between here. So there's you can't even see it, but there's a gap. Oh, right there. But then it closes up as you come around, and then it opens back up and you get out here. I wanted that gap to be the same all the way around. And I because this is not perfectly round, that was part of the problem, but not the only problem. But I think overall, it came out fine. I was really wanting to play with the finial end and the bending on the hard in the hard way, the hard axis, I guess, or whatever we call that. But overall, I don't hate it. It's just not. There's a lot of things that I could have done better. So that's why we practice, right? We do things. We practice to make things better than the last time. And Roy can probably attest to this because I've taken a class with Roy, a scrolling class with Roy, and most of my scrolls were pretty bad. Pretty bad. More taper. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely. But, I mean, considering I don't do scrolls on a regular, so I think I'm getting, for what little work I do in them, I'm getting better. I think that really the biggest thing with them is that I'm finding is take your time and, pay attention to each hit. So I'm switching to a different style. It's not different, but this hot cut is rounded, but it's not. looks like it's a little flat. I'll make it work. But it's rounded, but not like the other one I was using, which is probably my most used hand chisel. I don't know where I put it, but oh, it's a little flat too. But this one, I don't know. Maybe I will use this. We'll see. I like this one better. I'm gonna use it. But I've got another one that's really round. Here it is. But I like this for certain things because it is so round. But when I'm trying to chase a line down, I find that a radius is better, but not like a crazy radius. I'm pointing to one camera and the other camera's on. Jeez, I need to get me a camera person, an ATEM Mini Pro controller. So I'm going to split this right about here, I think. Well, my hand is getting toasty. Well, that ain't gonna be perfect. That's okay. Got distracted by the heat. Oh, that was a terrible hit too. All right. Not perfectly straight, but straight enough for the purposes of what I want to do. Yeah. I can still fix that. I can fix that. I was just, the whole time I kept feeling like my glove was on fire. So I kept looking down at my glove instead of the work. But, I like the curved chisel for that, because it's, if you don't, I did it a couple times, but if you keep the back end locked in and you just scooch forward and it'll keep it locked in, it's easier to keep it straight as you go. And then once you got the line, if you've got a straight chisel, those are really handy. I have one. I don't know where it's at, but I have one. But once you get your line established, then you can go to a straight one if you want to. I don't personally, it doesn't feel like it's any faster to me, which is probably why I don't know where my straight chisel is, because I don't use it that much. But I need to sit down one of these days, and I've got a bunch of boxes, like ammo cans, that I put tools in when I go to Quad State or some conference, and then they just tend to live in that bucket or that ammo can until I need them. I need to make it a point to just, what I need to do is set aside a set of tools that I just leave here and don't take them with me. But I tend to bring tools enough for other people, and I'm trying to get out of that habit. It's like, if you guys want to do stuff, that's cool, but you need to learn to bring your own damn tools. Because Rob ain't bringing his tire hammer. Again. That's better. I don't know if you could tell on the camera what I was doing to fix that, but I was leaning my chisel into the thick side to try to correct some of the unbalance there. And it's still not perfect, but it's a lot better than it was. What I could do or should do, potentially consider doing, is punching a hole at the end of that line, and it would be a lot less cleanup to do there. But the problem I have with that, with what I'm trying to do, is it rounds out, which is fine. That's great. In a lot of cases, that's what if you were doing a fork, that's what you would want to do, right? You like either drill that out or punch a hole there. In fact, Zach Rapatoni did a demo over at Steve King's place. Was that last weekend? 2 weekends ago? Last weekend? I forget. But he did a squirrel cooker, and the fork, that's how he does his fork. He slot punches the end of the bar, and then this is like he's doing a bottle opener, essentially, and he opens up that hole, to whatever. I mean, I think it was every bit, gotcha, every bit that, but is that still a thing? But he opened up that hole, and then he cut the hole, he cut the top part of it, and then opened the two tines out, and then forged them from there, which gave a nice clean crotch in the fork area, which is, if you've ever made a fork, that can be a bear sometimes. I keep putting that chisel down. The bars are getting a little toasty. The bars are getting a little toasty. I'm going to find that other chisel. All right, you will notice I'm not using a cutting plate. I probably should be. I just don't. I don't cut. I try not to cut all the way through like that. And then when what I typically do is I'll take it over. I can do that down here. I've got enough room down here to do that on this anvil stand. But if I don't, I'll usually take it over to a striking anvil where I've got that platform to do that on. And it's just mild. So I'm okay with doing that there. I don't, I would not recommend doing it, especially an H13 anvil. This will straight wreck any chisel you got unless it's H13. And then I still suspect that your chisel is going to pay the ultimate price. Where in the heck? There it is. So anyways, yeah, I don't typically, if I'm worried about it, I'll come down here, which you would not be able to see, but that's okay. You guys know what's going on. Oh, all the skill right in my face. Oh. if I were not doing what, I can feel it on my lips, the scale. If I were not, I'd normally just take a zip wheel or a cutoff wheel and foam rubber, hell yeah, that's the way to go. Josh Sorrells, hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, I don't use, there's nothing wrong with it. I used to have one, I just don't know what I do with it. I don't use a plate, a cutting plate or whatever. I just use the base of my anvil because it's mild. That's the second blast of scale to the face I've taken today. And I'm actually glad I had my safety squints on. Well, it's a little short, as you can see. Now what I'll do is I'll open them up a little bit and I'll put them in the vise and then just file off, rasp off that rag. Like I said, normally what I would do for this is I'd still taper it, but I would use a cutoff wheel and score it and then cut it with that. It's quicker. You get a much cleaner line, quicker for me. Get a cleaner line, you don't have to clean anything up. There's no shame in my game when it comes to doing that. If I were doing a bunch of these, that's how I would be doing them. But I don't do that kind of stuff very often, clearly. So it's good to practice it every once in a while, I think. But yeah, that's not something I really do much of at all. Most of this small work is not stuff I really do. So yeah, you can see that. I don't know if you can see it really make it out. There's rag on top of that needs to get cleaned up. You can kind of see it on this side. So I just need to clean that up. It's not bad, and I like the bevel that it created. But in looking at this, what I've already noticed, I can make it work, but what I've already noticed is I didn't cut this as far back as I really should have. I probably could have come back another inch to get what I want. But I'll make this work. Really not as much cleanup here as I thought there would be. Yeah, Bill. If I had a stand for mine, I would definitely use a Portaband or a bandsaw for that. I've seriously been considering getting a vertical, 17-inch vertical steel, like a Dual. I just don't think it makes sense for me. I think the Portaband with a stand makes more sense in my shop. I don't do enough of that kind of stuff to justify that footprint. Because it's, not to mention, it's putting blades on those, not cheap. Yeah, if I had the stand, I need to get around to it. What I want to do is buy that Harbor Freight bandsaw. I mean, I think you picked it up, right? That was the one I was looking at in the past. I just haven't gotten around to it. And I think they even make a stand for it now, but I was thinking about just fabricating one. All right, so my problem, if we want to call it that, my problem here is I don't have enough material to do what I want. So, I think I can draw it out more. But there's not enough material here. I didn't cut enough back. I can cut more back. That's not a problem. But I would rather, because the crotch on this actually came out pretty nice. So I like what I've got. And if I draw it out, the differences in volume on each side is going to be way more noticeable. Not that it's not already noticeable, but as you draw it out thinner, one side's going to get dramatically longer than the other. Which, again, not a big deal. You can deal with that, but I just don't know if that's something I want to play with right now. Oh yeah, that's right. Yours was cordless, wasn't it? I'm not going to get the cordless one. I do want the cordless one at some point. I can see where that can be very useful. But to be honest, if I buy a cordless bandsaw, and I dread the idea of this, but if I buy a cordless bandsaw, I'll probably get a DeWalt, simply because all of my other cordless tools are DeWalt, and then I can just share the batteries between them. I just don't want to get into that realm of, like, I've already got, my stepson left his cordless drills and impact driver here, so I've got this red-headed stepchild Craftsman set. And I would just rather have all the same battery type. So I'll probably get the DeWalt, but the corded one is the one I was looking at for the bandsaw at Harbor Freight. Plus I want to be able to put the little pedal on there. That could be a cool little element on its own at this point. Yeah, Jeff, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I need to, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it. It's priorities, right? Like, I'm definitely going to have that by the end of spring, I think. I just don't do enough of that kind of stuff to justify it right now. What I am going to do, though, and it's almost about the same amount of money, is I need to buy some of those knockoff Pelican cases that they've got. I think they're called Apache cases. Because currently all the camera gear is just going back in a camera bag, and it's just kind of a major pain in the butt to pack it all up into a bag. It's not overly secure. Something, if I had it laying on the ground, and something fell over on it, it's not protected. So I think I'm going to buy a couple of those cases. One probably to hold all the main camera gear, and then the other to hold the monitors and streaming gear separately. And those two together are about the price of the Portaband. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm gonna see. I'm not holding out hope that I can make this work. Oh, those Pelican cases or the Apache cases? How do you like those, Bill? Are they decent? Which ones did you get? I'm looking at the biggest one they got, but that's not the gun case. I have one of those, I think. I mean, I have that style. I'm pretty sure I got it from Harbor Freight, though, that I keep my rifle in. Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But the one I was looking at, I think it's like the 5800 or something. It's like a little suitcase essentially, with a drag behind. Where, you know, it's got the wheels on it and thingy. All right, let's watch as Rob completely destroys this thing. Repair our scrolling cones. Don't think I just don't think I'm going to be able to get those around to touch or even come close. Yours doesn't have the wheels. Okay, I think I'm looking at the one that's the next step up. But I've got 3 cameras. One's a camcorder. It's about that big. So I want to be able to get all 3 cameras and then a couple of lenses in there. Maybe some other stuff. It's pretty deep. I mean, it's about, I don't know. I think it's 6 inches, 6.5 maybe. But I'm pretty sure I can get my tripods when they're folded up into that case as well. Plus all the cords and stuff. I just want to be able to have all that stuff in like 2 carry cases so I can just grab them. Plus my cat likes to piss on bags. So this way I can not have to worry about them getting peed on. Little asshole. Oh, that's twisting on me. That's where I'm at. Kind of ugly right now. And it may get uglier yet. We'll see. Test run, right? Test run. I got a whole month before Valentine's. You know, it's funny. I don't like forging stuff for my wife. Weird. I know. I feel like I'm like a kid making mom a present or something. It's weird to me. Maybe if my forgings didn't suck, I wouldn't have that opinion. I mean, maybe I can make her a hammer. Oh, that sounds like a terrible idea. She might use it on me. I love when I do that. Hey, it's twisting again. That is not pretty at all. I have done much better looking hearts than that. I wonder what happened. I'll be curious on this stream because it's streaming to Twitch too, or was. Looks like it still is. I'd be curious though. Somebody told me about like the ads or something. And I don't know enough about Twitch. I just don't know. I got on there and I was like, WTF, man, what is going on? But I figure if I can stream to like multiple platforms at once, at least try it, see how it goes. I mean, that's way better than it was, trust me, and it's still ugly. We'll put it on Anvil Cam next so you can really revel in how bad this is. What's my battery on the... Oh, microphones are doing good. I think I can get about 4 hours out of the microphones. Yeah, these are just, it is ugly. Yeah, it is ugly. I was going to switch to the Anvil Cam, sorry, but it's just, I'm not proud of this thing at all. There's nothing about it. I would not give this to anybody. This would never leave my shop. I'm going to continue on just for the sake of practice, but I can guarantee you this is going in the scrap pile. Guaranteed. There's multiple things wrong with it, but the biggest one was there was not enough material there to do what I wanted it to do, and and then the fact that it was not center became way more apparent than I really thought about when I started bending it up and looking, and then it was like, oh wow, yeah, that's significantly off. I also don't like the shape. I think forging that crotch in, I think for a heart, I think looks better because you can get a nice sharp transition down at the bottom. Yes, I could close that bottom up a little bit and probably fix that, but the way I prefer to forge, I think that would be the better solution for me. I'm going to take one last heat on this to see what I can do to screw it up. All right. That still is so bad. I can't help but laugh at it. It's so bad. I need to go let the dogs out here in a second. And then while I do that, I'll probably top off my drink, get back out here. But if you're wondering what happened to me, that I'll leave. I don't even know how far this mic reaches, so I'll leave the mic on and we'll find out. The Bluetooth, I was able to get all the way up to the cabin for the most part before it started breaking up. This is a different wireless. It's not Bluetooth, so I don't know the distance. Let me pull this out. Let me pull this terrible piece out of the fire. It's just so bad. So bad. I mean, there is absolutely no redeeming quality in this. It probably doesn't look that bad in this light, but trust me, it's pretty terrible. Yeah, it's bad. Not a fan whatsoever. As it cools down, you can really start seeing just how bad it really is. So let me set this down. I'm gonna put this up here. I usually put this under the forge, but because I'm gonna go get the dogs out, I don't, just in case they come out here, I don't want them to accidentally step on it or something. They usually are pretty good about detecting the heat, but I don't want to take the chance. They're morons. So I will be right back. I'm going to go top off my drink. Let's see how, I'm going to let the dogs out. And then, actually, I'm going to top off my drink now. And then I will go get the morons. I really am topping off my drink. I am not doing that other thing that you probably think I'm doing, if you can hear it. As I got it. Now that my water is no longer frozen out here, I can get water out of the shop. I just got a water dispenser out here. I don't have running water in the shop yet. Paul was pretty adamant when we dug our trench for the Ethernet that we made it big enough and deep enough to put, that we can run a 1/2-inch water line down to the shop. Whew. That is good and cold. All right, let's just test the microphone and see how far away we can get. I'm really not expecting to get far, but we'll see. But these guys have been in for a while, so they need to come out before they leave me a bunch of surprises in the house. Drive right now. That does not make for a happy guy. Let's see if we can rile them up. Actually, I'm just on the couch. She is completely passed out on the couch. Yeah, I see you. Come on. She heard me. Come on. Couch dweller. You know you're not supposed to be up there. Yeah, go potty. Come on. Hurry up. We got people waiting. Like, well, we might have person waiting. Get out there and take care of business. Yeah, when she doesn't think anybody's watching, she's a husky German Shepherd mix. She looks like a pint-sized German Shepherd, but she's still big, and she's fat. But she's not supposed to be on the couch. But anytime she doesn't think anybody's watching, she jumps up there. Benny, he weighs all of like 10 pounds. And I don't know that I could keep him off the couch anyways, because Mama likes to spoil him and she lets him sit with her. He's the ultimate lap dog. Was my brother's dog, and he treated her like a lap dog. When she was a puppy, she was small enough, but when she got bigger, it was just seeing this, half-sized German Shepherd in his lap all the time was kind of silly. I don't know if you guys can hear any of this or if it's even coming through clearly. I do have a sight line to the receiver from where I'm at, but I'm a good 150 feet away from it at this point. So I've never tested the distance of this thing. I know that the Bluetooth would go at least this far, but it would start to break up. Bluetooth seems to have a problem with the steel building, or the walls. Even in the house, my Bluetooth receiver, my headset in the house, when I'm at work, the walls are so thick, the wood is so thick that the Bluetooth struggles when I get too far away from it. So Benny is back. Hey, buddy, what's up? Sansa is always this last one back because she's slowpoke. She didn't. I think she wants to stay out here because I'm out here. Wipe your feet off, you muddy little mongrels. They needed to go. Usually I have to chase Benny off the porch to make him go potty. So go right out there and do business. What's really funny is they will, I'm sure anybody that's got multiple dogs have seen this, where they run around in circles peeing on each other's pee. These two idiots, I've watched them do it 4 or 5 times in a row. Like, just, it's like, what in the hell are you? To the point that I'm not even sure pee was coming out anymore. So I don't know how much of that you guys have heard. I will find out because I will watch this later and get a feel for the distance of that microphone. Still working at 150 feet? Right on. That's cool. And apologies for the break, but doggos, man, you know. She ain't huge, but you wouldn't know it to see what she leaves behind. All right, so I made a mess of that thing. What have I not done in a while? Oh, I haven't done a flower in a while. Let's see. What do I need for the flower? I need a chisel. I need a ball floor would be ideal. I don't know if I have one here that's small. That might work. It is a little big. We'll see. And a round eye punch. Oh. Now that one I don't know about. I know I have them, I just don't know where they're at. I seem to recall going through this before, looking for a round eye punch. This is funny. This is one of those moments where, like, if Paul was here, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's over," blah blah blah. I'm like, how the hell do you know that? He tends to know where my stuff is better than I do. It's kind of annoying, to be quite honest. But it's good that somebody knows where the hell it is. It's more frustrating for me than annoying, I suppose. We made a bunch at my Hammer Inn back in November of 2022. I just don't know. Oh, hey, there's one. There's one. I found one. I don't know what we did with all of them. So I'll be using, I'll switch to the other camera actually. I'll be using these guys. So I got, this is, I know it's hard to see. That's a round eye punch, roundish eye punch. And then a small ball fuller. And then a chisel. So I'm gonna put these hopefully in a place where I can find them. Chisel first. And for this, I kind of like, I really need to fix that. Hang on a second, I'm gonna mute you and I'm gonna come grind this. Did I mute you? I did not. There we go. Mute buttons. I had that problem at work too. So I got a little burr on the chisel, and I usually use one of those little axe sharpeners. But I can't find it right now. I think it's in my bucket out in the truck, and I don't want to go get it. So what I'll do is I'll just use a flap wheel, kind of take that down just by hand, rub it on there by hand. And that usually is enough. You don't have to do this, by the way. I can feel it sometimes deflecting the blade a little bit. Not much, but sometimes I can feel it. And when I'm doing something like this, that can throw me off. At least that eliminates an excuse, right? Yeah, that's much better. The little hockey pucks, those work much better and quicker too. You just kind of go hit it one side and hit the other side, flip your puck over, hit the fine, done. Mic dead. My back. It looks like I'm back. Yeah, I muted it when I went to the grinder. I didn't figure you guys didn't want to hear that. Anyways, I don't need this right now. Come over to a semi-sharp edge, a little more than a cube, flat die. And I'll come over here, roll it over, and try and get those shoulders about the same, which it looks like I'm pretty close. Not perfect, but close. Right on. But I haven't done this type. I've done flowers similar, but I usually use round stock. And one of my favorite things to do now, I saw Mark Ling do this a year or so ago. And we did it at my hammer, and that's why we made those round eye punches. But you take your round stock and then you upset it down instead of flattening it out. You upset it down, and then you make a flower. So you got your stem sticking straight up with a flower around it. And I think it's pretty cool. It's kind of like a decorative rivet almost, I guess, in a lot of ways. You could think about it like that. All right, so this side needs to come down a little bit. And then now this side. That's where we're going with it. I feel like this is kind of funny. So I recently switched to suspenders. I recently switched to suspenders. Yeah, you can't really see it, but because you're on the wrong camera. But what I have found with the suspenders is they hold my pants up, but for whatever reason, my underwear start dragging down. It's kind of weird. So I feel like I need suspenders for my britches and my underwear. I don't know. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. A belt will eventually just kind of get wrapped. I don't know, it's like as I get older, my butt just starts shrinking or what's going on. But a belt just wasn't doing it anymore. And then I find them constricting too after a while. It's just like, man, it's like hurts. And the comfort from suspenders has been really nice. But I do feel like they're really, these are adjusted pretty well, I think, but my other pair, it feels like they're always trying to yank my pants up my butt. So I'm always having to like readjust them. I don't like no wedgie. All right, so I'm taking my time. I'm trying to, anvil cannon, I swear to God. I'm taking my time on this because I'm trying to get that flour in. The end is going to be a flour. I'm trying to get that as even as I can on all sides. And I'm almost there, but these two sides, one's a little longer than the other. And then that's what's affecting the bottom. So I'll just keep working on that a little bit. There does get to a point, though, where you reach a point of no return on that, because as you're doing that, it's necking it in thinner and thinner. You have to be careful. So there is a point where it's like, just cut off and start over, or run with what you got. So if you don't, I'm trying to make it a hex. So if I can't get it to balance out in this heat, I'm just going to try to round it up a little bit. Hex is easier, in my opinion, for these, because you kind of have facets to work with. I'm going to put my glove on because that piece is getting hot at the end of the bar, and I don't have a good way of quenching it off. And you can't see me over here. I'm moving. There we go. Now I'm back in the frames. I usually don't keep my drink over here because I'm running cold and it just gets all in my drink. But I'm not doing that tonight, so I don't know why I don't keep my drink right over here. Ta-da! I done it. Yeah, glove. That bar is getting a little warm. Like I said, I don't have that's why I cut so many of these up, by the way. I could use tongs too, but I find this process easier not wearing tongs. So I'm gonna try it and get this one about the same, a little more sharp corner than that though. Now, that's not bad. Not perfect, but not bad. So before I get too carried away, I'm gonna taper that down a little bit. Not a lot right now. It's just easier that way. If I have a bad hit and I hit something, I still stand a chance to fixing it. But I'm not gonna go crazy. And you can do this. You can make a diamond. You can forge it on. You can forge a diamond shape, round, hex, like an oval almost, or an ellipse, I guess, whatever. Any of these shapes you can do like a flower-esque thing with. 3/4. I'll do this in a minute. 3/4 by quarter, or even inch by quarter. If you want to do leaves quickly, I think that's a really good way of doing it. You just taper one in, put the shoulders in, neck that down, and then do whatever you're going to do on your leaf, because there's very little drawing out that you got to do. You can, but you don't have to. So for doing quick leaves and things, especially think about, this is something I learned from Roy. I doubt Roy's still watching, but this is something I learned from Roy. think about where the thing is that you're putting up, right? So let's talk about like if I were to do a sign with leaf elements on it, you got to think about where that's going to be placed. So if I were placing that 25 feet up in the air, I'm not going through the effort of making, fine details in that leaf. I want them big and bold so they stand out at that distance. But I'm also not going crazy on, like trying to make it, where somebody's holding it, looking at it, right? Like three-dimensionally holding and being able to manipulate it and move it around, because they're going to be looking at it essentially from one angle for the most part. So it really only needs to stand out from that aspect. So think about like when you're doing stuff like that, how much effort you're going to put into it. So I'm getting close to the shoulder, slowing it down, and I'm tilting my hammer as I go. I don't want to hit this too much more, but I want to forge this down. I'll probably do one more heat at that. And I'll put it on anvil cam. I'll put it on anvil cam for that. But yeah, if you're doing a big sign, right, and it's going up in the air, think about what people can and can't see and what details can be made out at that distance, because you could be wasting a lot of time. I get it, you want things to look really nice, but also think about where it's going to be placed, because you could be putting a lot of detail into something that nobody will ever see. And I can guarantee you, that is not something Brian Brazil told me. Because he'd be like, well, why wouldn't you do, the guy putting the sign up could be seeing it. Well, yeah, that's probably me. I love Brian, but sometimes his view of reality is a little different than mine. So I want to bring this over the less sharp edge than what I've been using back there just a second ago. I said I was going to switch to anvil cam and I completely forgot. Sorry. I will do that next time. I'm tapering up. I'm tapering it. You've seen it. You know what's going on. So I do want this a little straight. So I'm probably not going to taper any more than it currently is. Well, I might do a little bit more. I'll put it on. I'm going to put it on anvil cam right now for the one person that's still watching. If that one person is still watching. Destinations. I can see. Whereas one person on Twitch, there's not really 4 people on YouTube, is there? That's crazy. Back to the chat. It's not updating, so people are probably just like doing real things and they're just letting this run on their phone or something. So it's whatever. I was telling myself for a while that I wasn't doing this for people. But to be honest, that's completely, I'm telling myself that. That's not true. Yeah, I want people to watch, but I'm not trying to be a quote unquote YouTuber. That ain't me. I don't have the personality for that. I definitely don't have the energy for that. It's just not something I'm really overly interested in. I want to capture process and also have a way to go back and watch the tapes like they do in sports, see what I'm doing wrong, see what I can do better other than just looking at my piece. Okay, That is all the more I'm going to neck down on that this time. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Josh. But anyways, so now I'm going to work on I'm not going to switch cameras because I'll forget. Well, I'm just going to get this hot again, and then we'll work on the flower end of this. I'm doing the hex flower, I guess you could call it. And it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's a hex, technically. I remember what was really funny is we were in a class with Hena last year about this time. And he had drawn, what he had drawn up there was, when he did it, I was looking at it and I was trying to replicate it. And I don't know, can you see this? I don't even know if this is going to work. So what he had drawn was this. Essentially. And I was looking at it, and it would have had a stem, right? And I was looking at it and I was like, how in the hell can you forge that? Right? Like, I was like, and I've been meaning to come back to try to do this, but that, from a hand forging point of view, and I know you guys really can't see that, I don't know if there's a better way to, there we go. Right? So essentially think of a stop sign, right? So it's flat on top, and it would be flat on the bottoms. And he was talking about, and I kept looking at it, and I tried to do it. I just couldn't pull it off. Yeah, stop sign. Oh, nice. Where are you going to get the coal at, Josh? But yeah, there's a stop sign, and I was looking at it, and I was baffled. I was like, how in the hell? So I tried a couple times, I couldn't get it, but I got close. And because I got close, I was like, I haven't gone back to it, but I've been wanting to go back to that and revisit that whole process, because it was a challenge that I thought was pretty neat. So for connecting the dots here, right? What I don't want is I don't want to line all the way across. So what I'll do is I lift this back, and then I'll roll this forward and hit it that way. And then I do the same thing on the other side. But I try to keep the lines there. So I can do that. I'll roll it all the way to the other side. And then same with the top and bottom. Just marking it, and then I'll roll the chisel back a little bit and then mark it. So what you end up with is a big piece of scale covering up the thing that you want to show people. So I don't know how well that's coming through. I don't know if I can get a little closer there's no focus at this distance. But what I don't want the lines going all the way across, because that will show up when you put your round eye punch in the middle. So then that could be an effect though, right? You could go back over, what do they call that? The centerpiece of the flower that's got all the little seeds or whatever. There's a word for that. I forget what it is. Yeah, 2 tons, man. That's what's really funny though is it's amazing how quick 2 tons sounds like a lot. It's amazing how fast it goes though. At least in my shop. I need to get with Jamie and see about going down for another run of Coke. Edward Brazil Blacksmith. Oh, Ed. Oh, you're watching on YouTube, Ed. Look at you. Big time. Big time. But yeah, I've seen people cross the chisel marks and made it work for them. I can never really pull that off. So I'm going to get that a little deeper. And then you can use these marks to guide. Oh, that one went way further than I wanted it to. You can use these marks to guide your round eye punch in the middle, typically. We'll see. I want this one a little deeper. I want them all essentially the same depth, if I can get it that way. So this one needs to come this way. All right. And then I'm not going to get it super hot. I want to be able to see what I'm doing. Uh-oh. There it is. I'm going to say, uh-oh. Done misplaced that damn thing again. That is not... That's kind of a poopy... Let me see if I got a better one. This is kind of not a great round eye punch. I mean, if it's all the guy, it's all the guy. What I really need to do is take stock of what I've got and just start making stuff again. I have no valid excuse for not having some of these things. But like I said, the round eye punches, Paul and I had made one night, I think about 6 of them, and I am holding one. No idea where the rest of them went. I suspect, and I'm not saying anybody stole anything, but I think maybe people thought we made them for them to take. I don't know. Happens, and they're not hard to make. So I will use those little pie pieces to try to help center this as best I can. It's going to be off, I can already tell. Well, it's going to be off because this round eye punch isn't that great. You can deal with it by moving it around, but that's not, in my opinion, not the greatest approach. Anyways, it's hot. That's where we're at with that. I don't know how well that's coming through, but I got to figure out the lighting situation here. This is throwing off a pretty hefty reflection. This bugs me, by the way, not just in the camera. Like me standing here, sometimes that can be way too bright. That's a good tip, Ed. Three-hour drive for me, but here it's a decent coal. Oh, you're going to Odin. Okay, yeah. That's where the IBA typically gets their coal. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. Did you call ahead to make sure that they're going to have what you want? There we go. I'm taking this a little deeper than normal. No comments from the peanut gallery. Oh, there we go. Oh, now it's down in there. All right. So, this is the smallest ball fuller I could find. And it's, hey man, it's like, it's right on the cusp of almost too big. I think I can make it work though. I'm just gonna have to pay attention. That's another thing I need to make more of. My buddy Dan, if you follow Dan Borowski on Instagram, he went through a phase where he made like a bunch of hand tools, and he made like an assortment of ball fullers, I think, and then I think maybe even some round eye punches. Hey Josh, all the coal from there that I've got a bag of it still. All the coal from there that I've used has been really good. I haven't had any complaints with it. Now, there's the old timers will be like, oh, it made a clinker. You know, well, back in my day, coal didn't make no clinkers. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. You're full of shit. But, might not be big clinkers, but it made clinkers. But those dudes, some of those guys will complain about anything. Somebody said one time, they commented on a clinker that we'd pulled out of my forge. And it was like, oh my God, look at that clinker. It's like, dude, that was 8 hours of forging hard, nonstop. If you can show me better coke, I'll go buy it. I mean, I ain't got a problem with that. I'm going to use a smaller chisel to redefine these a little bit. Try this half on, half off nonsense this Master Smith is talking about. Ed has never steered me wrong. I don't necessarily know if he's steered me right, but never steered me wrong. No. Ed's one of my favorite people to work with. I think we always have a good time. You know what? I'm going to try this. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, Ed's always a pleasure to work with. I can't say that about everybody. You know, you know. Yeah, loose would be the way to go. I don't like dealing with bagged myself. I mean, it's fine. I believe, I had heard, I don't know if this is true. I believe you bag it yourself down there. And then you help bag it, and then they go. So if you don't want it bagged, I don't think you have to get it bagged. I don't know. If Bill was still around, he could probably tell you because he goes down there all the time. I have never been down there, so I can't say for certain. But I do know that I have not encountered a batch of the coal that has come from out of there that annoyed me. I cannot say that's always been true for other places. So just gonna try my best, because I don't have a lot of room here with this particular fuller. Oh, that could be better. And then my shadow casting right on that. I think I got it. Okay. I'm just gonna go over these one more time. See, that's the other problem with that round eye punch. It's not very deep, so it tends to flatten out. The one I had somewhere, it's around here somewhere. I got one that's pretty deep, and it leaves a nice dome, and I really like that. Saw Steve King's post a few weeks ago. He had picked up a load of loose, so I am hopeful. Yeah, you should. I'm pretty sure you should be able to get a bag of loose, or a bag of loose. you should be able to get it bagged or loose. Is at least that was the understanding I had about getting it down there. But I want to say if you want it bagged, you have to help bag it. So, I don't know. I am getting close to being out of coke. How much? Shoot me a message on Facebook if you can on the price for 2 tons. Because I'm getting close to being out of coke. And I'm going to buy whatever the cheapest I can get to keep me going through the summer. And we're going to be putting a hood in soon. I picked up a hood from Steve King, actually. So that'll be nice to have. So the main, it's not, you guys can't see it on the camera, but so this is what I would consider my main forge, only because of the proximity of where it's at. But I've got a cast iron forge. It's a little bit bigger than this table, not much, but the same size pot. And it's off camera over that way. That forge, from anything I can tell at this point, will never move. So I'm okay with putting a hood and a chimney straight up out of the building there. But I want to tie this one in, up and out as well. And I've got a hood type thing that will go over it. But my problem with the hoods is I don't like, it completely blocks your view. So on that forge, it would be fine. Over here, I don't know if I would like it that way. I'm seriously thinking about putting a super sucker on here, on this end, up, and then take it up and out. We'll see. I don't know yet. All right. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm so terrible at this. I completely forgot about Anvil Cam. So, it's a coming around, not the prettiest flower, but I ain't done yet. We did at Quad State, 2023 Quad State, last September. We did you know what? I have it. I forgot I have it. We did a big upset flower. And I'd had this idea for a while after watching Mark do a much smaller version of this. And I thought, man, because a lot of the IBA events and other things, just events in general, team striking stuff, you'll see people do long spikes, nails, big nails. And I thought, man, it gets boring. Why don't we do a big flower? So that's what we did. And then I had everybody sign it. That was awake. Ed, I don't think you were awake for that. There's some shenanigans that went into making this. But it was fun. I don't know. That's Jot. There's Dan, Zach Rapatoni, Paul Kennedy, myself, Kurt Fehrenbach. Kurt didn't do any striking on this, but he provided all the tooling. Because everything I intended to use was way too big for this. So I'm going to make the tools to do this again. I'm hoping to get them done before the IBA conference, but we'll see. Definitely plan to have them done in time for Quad State, though. Anvil Cam. I'll show you again here in a second. Or easier, I want to do one of these. I want to do one of these flowers, but use the Jacob Ferrum style fuller. There he is. So this is the flower that we did at Quad State. And I think I just saw Jot jump on. He helped out with this. So there were some shenanigans that went into making this, because we didn't have all the tooling necessary. But I want to try to make that tooling before Quad State again. So you'll notice that there's this outline around here. We did not have a round eye punch that size. That is a hex socket that we bashed into there. To go along with those shenanigans, we did not have a ball fuller in the appropriate size to do these. We used something that Kurt gave us, but we found that it wasn't quite the right size. So we ended up using a ball peen hammer and hitting that. Yes, like I said, shenanigans took place. It was fun though. It's almost there. I just need to clean up. I need to clean up those marks. But yeah, that flower was fun, and I want to do that again. I want to do a couple more of those because you know when you do something like that, you can only get so many people around to help with that. And one of the other things is I want to do. I'd love to do a much bigger one, but you're limited on, once you exceed the width of the striking anvil, then you start running into issues, and we stopped. I think we could have gotten a little bit bigger, but I'd also like to do one where we donate it to the auction. I think that would be cool. It probably wouldn't go for more than $10, but hey, it'd still be cool. A little piece of Quad State history. Well, I haven't done that in a while. Woo! And it should. This is also one of those where your tooling can really make or break that project. And I really think I think this ball fuller feels like it's working out fine, but I feel like my round eye punch really kind of crippled that a little bit in looks. And then my overall forging of the hex to start could have been better. But I think if this if this ball fuller was a little smaller, it would have been a little bit better. I mean, I was able to make it work. I'm not making excuses for shoddy craftsmanship. There's definitely a bit that went into that as well. But I I'm just trying to also acknowledge things that I know to be true. Why use a lighter when you don't have to? But I need to brush this. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. It could be better. You know what I could do is, what is it, stipple the center with a center punch? Just kind of dot it up. I'm not going to, but I could. Actually, this one, that might actually help it. Let's see. I mean, not like it looks great now anyways. Oh, do I have? I don't know. Let me. I've got a center punch, but it's kind of small. Be hovering over a hot piece like that. I don't know if I like that at all. Let's see, I don't know if you can even pick up that detail or not, but I don't know. I don't know. Let me taper this thing down. Yeah, Kevin, doing those flowers, I mean, it really, for me, I understand essentially what needs to be done. I just don't do it enough that I don't necessarily think they look great yet, but I'm getting better. It's like anything else, you got to practice it. I feel like it's easier to do, for me, it's easier to do these on much bigger stock because my tooling is like, I think for me to do this, like to do this like with 1 inch, I think would come out better for me. And I am going to put this on the power hammer because I don't want to dick around with this part of it too long. But, and like I said, it's not great. It's not. I can see that. But it's not terrible. So I'll try to, where the hell, I had 3, oh, there they are. Let's say I had 3 right-handed gloves. Now I can't find the one. They're over here. I mean, it's not terrible. And that's something I have to get better at looking at my own work and going, it's good enough. It could be better, yes, but it's not something you got to scrap. All right. Sorry. No power hammer cam yet. Yeah, do that with your press. That piece was cold and I just heated it back up. Top and bottom fullers, yeah, man. I got to do the same thing, but for the power hammers. I've got small fullers on that hammer over there. I want to make a pair of bigger fullers, like 1 inch. On the power hammer, other than trough lines, when you're cheeking, you can use the bigger fullers. Those are too aggressive for cheeking, in my opinion. It is. I mean, it doesn't take much for that thing, especially that guy. That 4-inch drive pulley on that thing hits like a truck, man. It's crazy. Go. Yeah, power hammer cam, hopefully next week. But yeah, and then I'll cut this off down here and leave a little nub. That way if I want to weld it to something, I've got a little landing there to weld to. I might, actually I'll do it now. So with the flat dies, right, you get those kind of chewed up transitions. I could probably put a better radius on these dies, but I can also take a little guy like this. These are just a fullering die with looks like it's got a kiss block in there to keep you from going too far. This came with the power hammer when I bought it. So all I'll do is I'll move this up to that transition and just hit it. Try to hit it 2 times on each side. Once on each side, and that'll provide a cleaner, prettier transition that's not gnarly and chewed up that I'll have to fix later. Now the question is, will this fit in here? Yes, but barely. There. I mean, it ain't pretty. I could make it pretty, but it's easier to deal with now than before. I could clean that whole thing. I don't want to do that much work on there though, so that's the only reason I'm not messing with that right about now. But yeah, a little flower thingy. It got thin here, and I think it burned off in the forge. Yes, by the way, you can burn stuff in the gas forge. If you look closely at this top lobe here, can I get closer? You see this guy right here? It burnt off just a hair. So yeah, it got thin and burnt up in the gas forge. You can burn stuff in there. You can do it. I do it all the time. I'm gonna set this out over here out of the way. And now that the forge is nice and hot, I'm gonna slip these in there real quick. Before I forget. Again. I don't need a whole lot of opening. You'll see, you might be able to see sparks flying out. I can't tell if you can really see that or not. It's just chips from when it was cut. But these are some pickup tongs that Paul made and gifted me. I didn't really have a decent pair of pickup tongs in the like 2-inch range. I had stuff below that and stuff above that, but it was kind of funny that we were trying to do something and was like, yeah, I don't really have pickup tongs for that size. So it was either they were too big or the tongs were too small and you were having to hold it like this, you know, which is not ideal. But as you can see, most of the sparking is done. It's burnt the oil off and shot the chips out, burnt the chips out, whatever. I guess I could forge one of those. I wasn't planning to forge any of those. Last I checked, Ed, Josh got a tire hammer. And I believe he got it from a dude. That's only about an hour for me because I picked something else up from that guy and we had a discussion about his, and then I was like, wait a minute, you're the dude. You're the dude. Now, if I were to actually forge these blocks, I'm not going to. I just wanted to heat them up and just make sure that they were not hard for tomorrow. I'm taking them to a coal iron with me tomorrow. But if I were to forge these under my power hammer currently, they're 2.5 inch. That exceeds the width of these dies. So what I would do is I would take my bottom die off and just forge them that way. For what I'm planning to use them for, I'm gonna put they're gonna become a V-swage. But I'm actually gonna use these over at Coal Iron Works and use one of their presses and then set the digital. I want to play with their digital press controller, so I can set the depth of which that pushes down, and that way I'm not going beyond what I'm trying to go for. Should be fun. And then I've got one, I didn't do the other one, these two are not that way, but I've got one already chiseled out, and the plan for that is to make that a 60-degree V-swage. But the idea is that one will be used to make the 60-degree die to make the swages with. So I'm gonna do that tomorrow as best I can. I've got a triangle file, a bigger triangle file that I'm gonna use for that. So we'll see, and it should be okay. We'll see. Oh, you were talking to Jot. Oh, dude, I haven't. Ed tried your wax out. I have not tried it yet. I've got it out here. What did I do with it? I think I put it over there. Yeah, I got it over here. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't made anything that is worthy of a wax. Maybe I should stop what I'm doing and do that. I will say, and I'm sure you know this already. At least this can was leaky. I don't know that the other one was black. I don't know if it was always black, but I don't know if there's if you could put like a cork O-ring on this or something to help prevent that. Because I mean, just from if you're selling these, I could see that being an issue. It didn't bother me, but might be something to think about. But I haven't tried it yet. If y'all weren't here earlier, I made this really poopy scroll that needs more I need to do more work. I'm not doing it on this one. This was like practice piece, but it can be better. I mean, there's minor issues that are easy to fix, and then there's a couple of major issues that at this point can't be fixed that I should have been mindful of before I did it. And that's namely right in here. This really should be tapered down more. And I ran into an issue trying to round this up when I was working it. I have an idea for fixing that now, thanks to Bill Corey. But by the time I tried that trick, I was already 2/3 of the way through with this, and it was just too little too late. But those are things that I'm trying to get a little bit better at, doing scrolls and such. I suck at that. I suck at a lot of this, to be honest, but it's fun to practice. But one of the things I want to do, I don't have the die to do a 60-degree V-swage. At least I can't find it if I do have it. I thought I had one, but I can't find it. Let's start it. So I need to make one, but I need to make several because I want to give Paul one, and I want to give Dan one, and I'd like to make myself a couple. So that's why I'm going to do that swage. But once I get that swage done, one of the things I want to do is I want to make shorter V-swages that will key into the striking anvil so that I can use. One of the things I despise so much working on like a swage block or something is the movement or chatter. I can't stand that. I suck enough as it is. I don't need that thing helping me suck. So if I can lock it in to my striking anvil, I think that would be great because then it reduces that movement, eliminates the movement, and then gives me more tooling. One of the things I want to do with the striking anvils, I'm going to try to push for this year a little bit, is showcase the versatility of using the keyed in attachments, being a keyed in anvil, be it a collaring anvil, be a flattering a flatter anvil, the swages, different style swages. I really want to take one of my swage blocks and make each one of those depressions as an individual piece that I can key in to the striking anvil and show people. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a good swage block. but they can be very handy. But at the same time, I think if you had all those depressions in individual dies and you could easily store them, I just think it's better. I think it would be better. Just my opinion on that. Those blocks are almost already up to heat. We'll see. You ought to get John to come over there. I think if you teased him with like a tree he could chop down or a snake to film. Anyways, I need to find, oh yeah, I was going to do, there it is. So while those are getting nice, and actually they're probably hot enough, I can pull them out now. It's funny, earlier somebody had asked about Dragon's Breath on my forge, and I was like, oh, don't really have any on this one. It's pretty well tuned, but after putting those blocks in there, I see a pretty significant Dragon's Breath coming off of this guy now. Oh yeah, that'll forge. I'm not forging it, but I need to find a place to set it down. Right here. That one's a little deep. So I'll use my little hook, pull it out. You ain't got one of those hooks for your gas forge? Get one, make one. All right, those are cooling off. Now I can do the other things. So I'm gonna, I don't think at this point in time that they do a hammer in, or at the IBA meetings at Coal Iron Works. At this point in time, I don't think they do iron in the hat, but I'd like to see them. I keep saying Jot for some reason. I keep thinking you're Jot, and no, you're not. Yes, John Perilou. You just like tempt him with a big tree he can chop down and a snake he can film, and he might come out. Get Ed over there, man. Yeah, I'm sure it is a bit of a trip. There's I think is he in Arkansas or Missouri? I mean, you could always, I don't know how familiar Mark Krause is with mechanical hammers. He's pretty much a wizard when it comes to self-contained hammers, though. You could always reach out and ask him. I forget where he's based at these days. I feel like he's in Arkansas now, but I don't know. I feel like I want to do another one of those scrolls, but I'm not going to. I'm just making a mess. It's really what I'm doing. Horse I did earlier, he's okay. Um, I could do a better one of those for sure. Oh, I know what I'll do. Well, yeah, why not? Could always do a, oh, it's not plugged in now. I'm using, I'm using the power cord for the other power hammer because it's not wired in yet. So I'm running an extension cord to it. Don't let nobody tell Curtis. I'm running an extension cord to it. And that I'm using that extension cord on the forge for the blower on the ribbon burner right now. And walk him. Oh, do you see how much that moved? Okay, I've done this before, and I just remembered I'd done this before, and I didn't like the outcome. So normally I would do that back part between the cheek and the jaw on this side, and one time I tried it over here, and I didn't like it, and I forgot that I tried that. So I'm gonna pivot. Yeah, the tire going flat thing, that would be really annoying. In fact, I would say fix that first and then figure out what else, because usually all it really is adjusting either your brake or the spring tension. I mean, they're really, for the most part, that simple. It could be some shimming in the ram, but all right, let's see if I can fix this, because I don't like that. It's better, but it ain't great. I shouldn't have done that. What I did in the first place. Which is funny, is one of those things where I just thought to myself, oh, I'll try it this way. And then as soon as I did it, I was like, man, you've already done this, dummy, and you didn't like it. Is what it is. Is what it is. See how blown out the top of my anvil is right now? like the exposure lighting. It's just like that's what it should look like. But when I come over here, there's a light behind me, I think, that's causing that. And I think if I step the ISO on the camera down, I just can't figure out how to do it while it's running. I might play with it here in a minute, but I can't figure out how to step that down. I figure if I stepped it down, that would be less of an issue. Okay, this side needs to come down a little bit more. Not like that. That's better. Let me get that hot. The Texan Space. Yeah, dude. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm trying the Twitch thing. I'm streaming to 3 different things right now, but I don't know what's going on with the Twitch thing outside of like the comments. So we'll see. I don't know. I'll give it a try. Normally just due to the YouTube and the Facebook thing, but I'm down for whatever. Yeah, Josh, the tire hammer though. Get you the soapy water mix and fill that sucker up, and then just hose the whole thing down and see if you can figure out where that leak's coming from. If it's on the rim, you could probably easily fix that. I mean, that's the nice thing about a tire hammer though. They're pretty easy to fix. I don't, as far as the YouTube and the streaming thing, it's not like I haven't been doing this long. For the longest time, I was just doing it on Facebook for kicks. I'm still doing it for kicks, but I think most people currently are watching on YouTube. All right, so I just want that neck down a little bit more. And I really like this transition behind the neck, doing that swoop. I'm not going to mess with these anymore though. I just like the way that looks, but it's not centered. So I need to fix that real quick before I move on. So yeah, on the multi-stream thing, I'm using what is it called? Restream.io. That's what I'm using for that. Seems to be working fine. Though I will say I've noticed the bit rate going out to 3 dropped probably 3,000 K from what it was the other day. Hey, by the way, Ed Brazil's watching. I know you had mentioned Brian and Ed before. If you got questions for the man, now's the time. So this needs to come over a little bit more this way. That's better. All right. Well, see, now Josh, Ed, what y'all really need to do is just come out to my place early summer before Quad State, and then we'll just have a power hammer tool making day, and we'll use both my tire hammers and the 250 to get it done. And any of the lathes in the mill if we need them. Yeah. And then we'll get Kurt to come over here and show us why we're doing it wrong. I like to cheat this, by the way. I put it in a vise right behind the cheek. And that will give me that. And then I can just, I like the tighter bend. You can do that over the horn, over the edge of the anvil. You can actually turn it, I started it. If you turn it upside down and then hit in, it'll fold that up for you too. I did that, here we go. I'll get the alpaca out. My alpaca, for anybody who didn't see this thing, I was trying to make a smaller horse and he can't, yeah, it's not right. So I'm gonna cut this ear and stand it up. He's going to become an alpaca. Anyways, if you stand that up this way and hit into it, you can also bend it. I picked that little trick up watching some farriers doing. I don't remember what they were doing. They were doing something, and I saw that, and I was like, oh, that's pretty handy. Those farriers, man, they got some tricks. Tricks. Okay, I'm not prepared for this. What the hell did I do with all my tools? So, yeah, don't be like Rob. Yeah, there's the chisels I need right there. Don't be like Rob. Have your tools ready to go. I'm gonna try to not make this guy evil. Give him a happy mouth. Okay. Eye punch. I'm pretty sure Brian made this one because this is like the best eye punch I've got. Ed would probably know just by looking at it, but it's easily one of the best I've got. Mark makes a nice one, but I noticed he upset his quite a bit when he does them. I need this guy, and this guy. And a brush. All right. Not evil. Not evil. I don't think that's evil. I have a bad habit of making evil looking horses. and I'm trying to get away from that. I mean, it's a good skill to have. I don't know. I don't know. He's not evil looking, is he? The last horse I made, he looked really pissed. I'm hoping this one doesn't look as pissed. He looks pretty happy. He looks pretty content. You know what's funny is, as much as, I don't know if I've ever told, $10. Oh, for the punches and such, yeah. I think he's finally changed his prices on that a little bit, but they're still a little underpriced in my opinion. I don't know if I want to use that small fuller or not. I'm going to think about that. Well, I don't know if this ever came up with, so Ed, as much as I've been around you and Brian, I never stopped to like have him show me the horse, right? We never did that. We didn't do that at your guys' place. We didn't do it anywhere else. I just never, it was one of those moments where I felt like, man, I bet you he gets asked to show people how to do that damned horse a bajillion times. I don't want to be that dude. So I never asked. I just watched the videos. And after doing it and figuring parts of it out, I'm still not great at it, but it's one of those moments where it's like, I really should have asked. But they come out okay. You're not. I'm not, am I going to go with the small one? I think I am. All right. The top one wasn't, none of them are spaced very well, but the top one was definitely not spaced very well. That's okay. It'll do what I want it to do. I'm going to make a terrible attempt at doing a rake with this 3/4 by 1/4. All right, Ed, that's a good tip. That is a very good tip. Like this one, when I was talking about evil horses, we're going to hide parts of this, but when I was talking about evil horses, see how mad he looks? He just looks mad, like he's ready to kick somebody's ass. And it's mostly it's eye placement. I have the eyes, I tend to tilt the eyes down, and it gives it that look. And it's something I don't know why I do it. I do it all the time, and I'm trying to get out of that habit. I want a friendly Mr. Ed, not Mr. Freddy Krueger. Where is it? There it is. Oh, see, now this one, it's not as far up either. There we go. All right, one more heat on those. And I'll call that good enough. I like to, when I'm doing these, by the way, what I like to do is I'll set it and then I'll tilt the fuller a little bit and I'm trying to swoop it down a little bit. I like that look. It doesn't always work out for me, but practice, right? It's really fun. So yeah, I should, this is funny. You bring that up, man. So what Ed said was, Rob, the best thing you could do to help the horses he's seen me making is to not reduce as much in the front jaw or the front of the jaw, which makes sense in looking at it. But back to your question, where should we be placing the eye and the ear? So the eye, what I do, and I don't know if it's right, I try to put the eye on mine, and we'll see what Ed has to say about this. I'll figure out which way to go. I try to put my eye where the jaw or the snout and the cheek meet, and I try to actually I keep moving it out of the frame. I try to get it just a little bit back behind that. I don't know if that's right. And in the ear, I try to get the transition of the ear. I don't always nail that either, but right behind the cheek. So it's like right in there is what I shoot for. So on this, it's not clear because it's all scaly, but that's what I shoot for. Now the eye, if you don't want your horse to look mean, don't make him look down like that. Shift it around a little bit. Less downward, I think, makes him look a little less mean. Now, if you want a mean horse, yeah, go for it. But yeah, I try to turn this a little bit. And then I'll just so this top one, I'm going to say it's done. I'm going to leave that alone. And because this is going to be on a handle, I'm not going to take those any deeper than that. I don't want it to be sharp. But that's where I'm at with that. Oh, can you see it? This is the problem, is I don't have a monitor on the camera, so I can't see. I need to change that. But the problem is they're like $150. I'd like to have one for each camera, especially the Anvil camera, because it's right there. I can see it really clearly. Yeah, and this horse is not bad. I don't hate it. Oh, it must be 11:30. Let's see. I don't know. Let me scroll back. Clear enough. Like that look. Let me turn off my bedtime mode because it's 11:30. Everything went black and white. And then on this cheek, I'm going to use the big ball puller if I can find it. There we go. And my slot punch. I should have plenty enough heat to mark it for punching later. that's hot. Let me mark it real quick. I'm casting a shadow. It's making it hard to see. Yeah, that is not very, there we go. So. Very hard for me to see what you can see. I don't know how well that comes out. So I try to move it around a little bit. Again, I wish I had a monitor on that camera. I've got one. Where's my hand at? I've got one that over that way, but it's only a 7-inch monitor, so it's hard to read. It's hard to see it and see how what the focus is like. Yeah, Rob, for the eye placement, I go off the front of the jaw, and also there's a peak left from the round face on the top line at the point where the forehead and snout begins. So I'm repeating that for Texan. Yeah, I'm only running 2 cameras right now just because of a cable situation. I've got 3 that I plan to use. I might add another at some point. I don't know. For me, I think this is enough. Really, the most thing I want is I want to be able to get the wide view and then go to the anvil cam when I'm ready to do things, like about now. Now, I always punch detail side up, so I don't inadvertently hammer out the detail while punching. Now, what you should do is hang it over the edge and you don't have that problem. Oh. You're trying to do it. I see what you're doing. I should have used a smaller punch. I never get through in one heat with this big guy. But if you use a smaller one and overlap them, I can usually get through this in one heat. The other thing I've noticed with the bigger one, and I'm going to switch right now while I'm thinking about it. The other thing I've noticed with the bigger punch is it doesn't, usually, there's a little bit of a shine here, and I could probably further get that to come out more. You can't even see what I'm talking about. So when you go through one side, right, you get a shine line on the other side, and it's very hard for me to see it with this punch, I've noticed. But if I switch to a slightly smaller one and then overlap the blows, it tends to come out a lot better. The problem with doing that now is I've already established this hole with this size, so I need to just make sure, let me put this back in the fire. I need to make sure that the overall width of this punch and the other one are relatively similar. Otherwise, it won't be a very clean hole. Ask me how I know. But I want to say that this one that I had out was a lot closer. if I can get to it. It's a bit thinner. Could stand to be dressed too. It's not as. We'll see what happens. Let's see what happens, right? What's the worst could happen? I get not a great hole. Yeah, the one thing I can say, an index, no, I don't do that. I call those bat wings. So yeah, I don't index my punches. My eyeballs are my index. So, and you see, it's just round. I mean, I guess you could consider that an index, but I look over the punch and try to get it as centered as I can. And then I tilt it in and hit it kind of like a center punch mark. And then I come back and then do the same thing, really. Just look under it and make sure that I'm fairly centered, and then hit it, and then I'll have two marks, and then what I do is I'll roll this up and make sure it's straight and connect the dots, and that usually gets me what I want. Let's see. Oh, get rid of that cigar. It's distracting me. Let's see if this will. Yeah, man, this is, I don't know. This could be a mistake. I should have started with this punch, to be honest, but I've punched two holes with the other one and have not been happy with them. Oh yeah, I can see that shine a lot better already, and I haven't really even reestablished that bad boy. I need to re-level this anvil. Now, what I have learned for me about punching is get out of the habit of trying to punch things in one heat. So I've tilted it up, and then I can see where that one is, I think. Man, this lighting, I got to do something about my lighting, because when I look over like that, I could probably come here and do it. Yeah. So there's that one. I'm going to come up to this one. And then essentially connect the dots. But that's a little harder to do with an undersized punch. So you got to kind of overlap them. And just try to keep it straight. I'm not even going to try and punch through that because I wasted too much time. I'm just going to get it hot. You get into a rhythm too when you start doing these. When I did my TV tray, and I wasn't great at punching. I'm still not, by the way, but I was definitely not great at punching then. But by I'd say the fifth hole, I was getting into a rhythm, and then I was getting to a point where I was knocking them out in one heat. It's less, so the difference between these, it's a little thinner. That's really not as big a deal because this is beveled. It's got a bevel on it, like a chisel. You probably can't, it's going to be hard to see from a focus standpoint. It's very similar to a chisel, but it's not a chisel. It is a slot punch. But the real big difference I've noticed is the length. It's just less surface area. So it's like anything else, Brian style forging is I would say 99% of it boils down to reducing the surface area of contact. And if you can do that, it sounds crazy sometimes, but it really works. And you know what's really funny is I use that in almost every aspect of my daily life. Reduce the surface area of contact, Rob. I do that when I'm driving. And then I'm gonna let that cool down. I just put a hammer on it like that because it's at a point where it needs to shear out, but it's still too hot. And then I'll Well, it's not quite there yet. There we go. But I use that philosophy of reduced surface area of contact in almost every aspect of my daily life. That didn't quite come out, but it will. If you do this over your hardy, make sure you're not on an edge. Probably best not to do it, but I'm an idiot, so don't always do the things I do. That little piece of rag right there is gone. And to be honest, I'm off on this side a little bit. It's not a big deal. I could probably clear that right now. We'll see. Yeah, I'll get it hot, but I'm gonna establish that set down a little bit. So because I switched the punch, it didn't grab all of that, so I got to knock that out. I had a feeling that was what was going to happen. I've done this before, swapping in the middle like that. It's not a good idea. But yeah, it's overall it's not as wide, so it's you're not bearing all of that down in the hole at once, so it's not going to cool that hole as quickly, and you get more PSI, which will help establish that shine line on the other side. At least that's my experience with using these bigger slot punch. There's a time and place for these, I'm sure. I'm finding the smaller ones to be more efficient. Like if you could get like a 1/2 inch one, and then just if you're trying to do like a 1 inch slot, you just boom and move it down, boom, right? And it goes a lot quicker than you think. It's trickier though. From that aspect, there's no doubt it's trickier. Trying to get those overlaps and then get them in line with each other, and straight. This is not great. I'm going to go back to the big one just for this. Because there's this rag in here. I'm trying to get back out. And then I can see it. All right, I think, actually, this bar is getting warm. I think, yeah, there we go. I think it's at a point now where it will probably, am I on fire? I'm seeing smoke. How many hobbies do you know of where the person is like, hey, am I on fire? So anyways, I'm not worried about this being off to one side a little bit. It's whatever. It's going to be a bottle opener. It could be better, but I'm not going to fret that for this project. But I do need to open it up. And for that, I will use my super duper trusty slot opener. Actually, this is not my favorite slot opener. It works, but it's kind of poopy. Let me see if I can find another one. That one is kind of poopy. No. So this is where I differ from a lot of it's not the only place where I differ. But a lot of the traditional guys, quote unquote, they like to have like a big mandrel type thing. And that can be fine. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but I don't, for me, what I have found is if you step up your sizes of your drifts, you start small and open it up, you get more done. I might need to make a new slot opener. I don't know where they're at. So what I'll typically do on this is I would use like a 3/8 inch slot opener, and then I would go from 3/8 inch, I'd go to a 1/2 inch, and then from 1/2 inch to like 5/8, and then from 5/8 to 3/4, 3/4 to 7/8, 7/8 to 1 inch. If you really move, like if you have these ready to go, you can usually do that in one heat. And for each one, you're turning the bar over on each pass. And then if you can do it, get yourself one of these, a little bolster block with the different size holes in it. And then obviously you want to make sure that this is going to pass through this, which it does. But on this particular anvil, I got this big block holding things, so things tend to get caught on it. But it'll pass through there too. But always check and make sure. I've gotten one stuck, that sucked. Getting it back out in front of a bunch of people at the state fair, no less. So I finished on the non-detailed side, so that's where I'm going to start on this one. And I'm not getting after it, clearly. See, this is why I don't like this slot opener. It's a poopy slot opener. Poopy. But there's, if you can let that heat kind of wick back in there. And then go to the next size. And obviously, if you're not pokey like me, you could have gotten through this a lot quicker. So I need to go to the next size up. So I'll put this back in here and find it. Might be on the ground. Slot openers on the ground. Look at me. I picked them up before I went in. That does not always happen. So that means it should be up here under all this stuff. There we go. There's one. This one's a little big to be going straight to. Do I have another one in here? I mean, I got this guy too, where I could just go back and forth. That works. But I found that if you got your drifts ready to go and lined up, and you're not dicking around, you can usually just blow through those really quick, and it's pretty easy. So drifts being stuck in anvils is why many anvils have broken heels. I could see that. Usually what that's a result of is putting a tapered Hardy tool in here that doesn't fit appropriately and driving that thing down into the Hardy can cause a problem. Now people will cite that when they're talking about a hot cut, right? So like Brian makes the tapered hot cut. So the reason that doesn't happen here is, well, one, it should be hot, but two, this focuses so much PSI into the cut that it's not driving it down into the Hardy. If you're working it cold, it will definitely do that, but it's not. Now, if you're using a big fuller or something like that, yeah, that can definitely be bad. Shoot, where's my block? There, or my bolster. So again, just checking it, make sure that it's going to go through there. And I wasted heat doing that. So, almost there. I don't have the other drift ready, so I'm just going to put it back in the fire. I'm not sure where it's at. And then see, because I have got this big block under here, things tend to get hung up. So I got to pull them back out the other way. I need to fix that. Do I have? I thought I had one of these. I thought I had one of these out because I knew I was going to do this. But yeah, you know, and the other thing with on the hill like that, like on this anvil, you're not breaking that hill off. You're just not. That's solid cast H13. You're not breaking that in half. Usually, there's already a problem on the weld of that anvil, and what's really holding it together is the steel face. There's another issue going on there, and all that's doing is exposing that problem. But yeah, if you get a piece stuck, don't try to drive it through, drive it back up. So flip the anvil over if you can, unmount it, drive it up from the way it came in. Don't try to drive it back through. It got stuck for a reason. And I don't know where that drift is, so I'm going to use that mandrel I had out. There it is. So I'm just going to do that on the other side. Wow, it's really off, but it doesn't bother me for what this is going to be. I mean, that could be better. I'm not, the shop, it's warmer right now, but I mean, my ice bucket, my quench bucket currently has a giant chunk of ice in it, and it's plastic, so I can't just throw a big hot piece of steel in there. And I've got steel quench buckets. They're kegs that have been cut open, but they're not full, and I don't have water in the shop. I have to go get water, and I've been too lazy, and it's been too cold. That bolster block, I think Ed and Brian calls theirs a dial-a-hole. So yeah, dial-a-hole. Mine's not like theirs. Theirs is actually forged. There's a step like type thing in one of these sides. So it almost looks like a painter's palette doodad, right? But it's actually there for a reason, if I recall. I think it had something to do with being able to get the tong in there, a tong to get it over the correct hole without it getting hit or something. I've not run into that issue myself, but I can see where that could be an issue. So there's ways to fix this that I am not messing with. All I want to do is kind of straighten this up a little bit. I'm not going to go ham and try to center up that hole. Not for what I'm doing. Like I said, the meeting I'm going to tomorrow, I don't think they do, well, one, they don't run coal right now. It's all indoors, so it's all gas. But I'm making a rake. And I probably didn't need to tilt that head down as much as I did, but I did it. Hey, this brush, I really need to tighten these screws up. I don't know why I'm really brushing this right now, because it's going to go back in that gas forge. I just wanted to get some detail. I'll switch to the other camera and grab a tong because it's hot. You gas dudes, man. I don't know how y'all do it. This drives me nuts. So there's a horse. There's a horse, of course, or something. Hole is completely off-centered, and I'm okay with that. For the purposes of what this is going to be, I'm okay with it. I'm not even sure I'm going to put a bottle opener on it, to be honest. If I were to do the bottle opener, I'd probably drift it open a little bit more and forge it, but I think it's going to be fine. I'm just going to start the taper on this, and then we'll see lengthwise where we're at. Probably could have been a little bit longer bar, but this will do. I might need to switch to tongs here in a minute, which I hate. I hate having to use tongs. I'm a baby. Look at that. You hear that? This thing needs to be tightened up. Yeah, on those bends. I overbent that one. I was actually thinking about something else, and I do that bend on my, I didn't do it on this one, which is funny, not as much, but when I make a forge mop, which is this guy here, I typically, and this is a terrible horse by the way, but I typically will bend this head down a little bit more because it catches the edge of the bucket really good. But I found that this one was catching pretty good, so I didn't take it any further. But it gives it more of a hook-like action on a bucket, so it doesn't tend to fall out. Yeah, the farriers are probably like, why would I buy that? I can just go home and make that. Don't want to use these tongs. I will use these tongs. So, a tong clip would be handy, and I don't need a glove anymore. So, I'm sure you guys have all seen the tong clip, right? It's just a piece of square tube that's been squashed down a little bit. You can use different sizes, and then you don't really need to forge them. You can do all this cold, and you get two different sizes, right? You got one in this direction, and then you got one in that direction. Oh, it's midnight. My alarm clock's going off. But what I like about these, they hold well, and not only do they hold well, if I lose them, I don't get sad. I made a couple, and I've lost them, and I spent a lot of time on those damn things. I was a little upset. Take it easy, Ed. But yeah, that's a tong clips. These make great 1 inch, inch and a quarter, inch and a half, all the way up to 2 inches, depending on the size of the tongs and the ring that you need. This will serve you well, and you don't have to worry about losing them. So I just see, like, this one's a little big for these tongs, but if I slide it up, it'll be all right. All right, hammer. That's not the hammer I wanted to use, but this is the hammer I put it on the rack like a dummy. All right. All right, so it's really thick on here. I intentionally stayed off of that so I knew what I needed to get back to. But I have a power hammer, and the rest of this will be done on the power hammer once I finish this transition here up, and then I'll take the rest over to the power hammer. So, like I said, they hold really well. There we go. I don't like the tong clips since switching to these. I don't like the ring kind, or the moon, crescent moon shape. I don't care for those anymore because I've found that they don't hold as well. Because they're only, this is encapsulating the reins all the way. There's no way for them reins to come apart once you've applied it. Where the other ones, they come around and catch. And they're also, I've noticed, they're really meant to be opened up really kind of wide, I've noticed, most of them that I've seen. I don't like my tongs being that wide apart. I'd prefer them to be almost closed when I'm using them. To me, I showed this earlier. You probably weren't here when I showed these tongs. Let me find them. Yeah, here we go. So these tongs, Jonathan Pinkston made these, by the way. So these tongs, 1 inch round, square, but you'll notice that the reins stay in line, which is really nice because now it's more like a handle for your material versus, having to hold something out like this. It's just not as comfortable. When you got them like this, it's much more comfortable. Plus, if you're using them on a power hammer or something like that, you don't have to worry about these pinching and taking something off. If they're opened up and say you've got your finger in here, which you should not, you should never have your fingers between the reins. Well, let's just pretend you did and you had a bad blow and this slammed this thing down. Well, guess what? There went your pinky. But you can pinch your flesh. It's bad. And I use tongs like that on the power hammer all the time. I never really thought about that until Mark Krause sent me a document on how he makes tongs, and then I was like, I'd never even considered that. And then I realized that Pinkston made a set very similar to that. They're a little different, but very similar. And these are some nice tongs. I can't wait to really start using these under my power hammer. Get this thing off of here. Put this on the rack. Where it goes, imagine that. And then I have a smaller tong clip. This one's working, but I would prefer it to be a little smaller. Because it's basically, it doesn't really get tight until about halfway down the reins, which is kind of where I want to hold this piece. But that's okay. That is okay. So I'm thick here, but I'm going to keep going down here. Well, right here. While I've got it, next heat will be under the power hammer. So I'm still thick there, so I'll come on the flats. And bring that down. I'm trying to keep this transition a little clean because that's where your hand's going to be. Whoop. All right. The rest of this I'm going to do under the hammer. Yeah. This is, for stuff like this, by the way, this is when I do like having a gas forge, because I can get that much of that thing hot and put it under my power hammer and forge it all. Yeah, man, those tong pinches. And think about it, that's probably just from your hand hammer, right? Imagine how that would have gone had a power hammer hit that. And a 70-pound, the two tire hammers I have, are 70 pounders. But imagine a 250 pounder doing that. One, it probably would have wrecked your tongs, and then two, it probably would have wrecked your hand. So it's little things like that you don't think about until it happens, or somebody points it out and you're like, huh, yeah, that makes sense. So I'm gonna get this guy ready. This sucker is hot. All right, get my tong clip back on there, and we will work this down. I want about that much for the rake. And I know you guys can't see this, but I got a rhombus I got to fix. There we go. Not done, but I mean, that saved me 20 minutes. Now I'll round that up and start getting it about the same size. I want that to taper it down into the rake, but I usually leave the rake end a little thick and finish that off by hand. Because on a power hammer, it's quick to go too far too fast. And when you're working on the rake, there's just a lot of movement there. So by leaving that a little thicker, you're less likely for it to break off. So we'll see. I prefer to do these, by the way, these rakes. I would prefer to use 1 inch just because it gives you a lot more material to work with. It gives you a nice fat rake. If you're using flat bar, round bar, 3/4 inch, I think is a good size. That's a lot more to break down now, but that'll give you a good size for a rake. I'm not gonna tong clip this one, even though I probably should. I'm not going to. It's almost where I want it. So. So the tops and the bottoms, I'm going to try to get those by hand. But this part, I'm going to use a hammer. Just rounded it up. That's all I did. I don't have power hammer camera set up yet. That's hopefully next week. But yeah, I'll fix this by hand, and then this transition down here will get done by hand. But this part will be done under the power hammer. But I can't hold this end right now, and I don't. Maybe I could make some tongs to hold that. Not tonight, obviously, but these might. We'll see. These might. Oh. Oh. Yeah, baby. All right. I'm going to light my final smoke for the night because I know it's midnight, past midnight at this point. I'm actually surprised this stuff is all, well, my mic is it still running? Yeah, it's still running. I haven't checked the battery on it. No, slightly under half. Well, you know, to be honest, yes, I use the power hammer. But you saw me break that down on the edge, right? It's not that hard. That would have taken, what I did in one heat under the power hammer would have taken me maybe 3. Maybe 3. It depends on how I'm feeling. This is only a 3, this is an Andrew Larson hammer, by the way. Me and Andrew made this one. Oh, I'm pointing the wrong camera. So me and Andrew made this one last June at the Indiana Blacksmiths Association. He demoed there at their conference. So me and Andrew made this one. And then we made actually we made 2. One was a practice hammer. And then we did the same thing at Coal Iron Works. But like for what I was doing there by hand, if I'm really wanting to move material, I'll switch to my 4.5 pounder. This is an Ethan Hardy one, but I'll switch to the 4.5 pounder to really break material down. And yeah, it's not, I ain't trying to say I can keep up with a power hammer. But yeah, you get effective using the edge. You can make it look easy. I've watched Brian do some crazy stuff. All right, so I need to think this through, the transition. I'm gonna use this fullering tool and these tongs. There we go. That's all I'm going to do with that. So when you're using flat dies, you don't get a nice transition. And this way I've produced a fairly even shoulder. It's not centered, but that I can center that later. But the big thing is getting that chopped up transition cleaned up. Because flat dies will definitely leave you with some choppy, which when you're really breaking material down, you want the choppy. You don't want it sharp choppy, but you want, if you look at drawing out dies, right, they're rounded, and it's helping extrude that material. And that's what those do. But I use them to clean up the transition and give me mostly equal shoulders. Just easier. You can do that on the edge of the anvil or the horn. I can't. I can sometimes. It depends on the style of the transition. That I probably could not have really pulled off well. I don't use the horn much for things. Yeah, I'm kind of a fat ass. I'm 6'3". And I think I'm 245. Well, wintertime, probably more like 255 now. So I got that transition. I need to clean it up. I need to light my smoke. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So now I'll put a point on this and then start working out, drawing it out laterally. And I might not get this finished tonight. I didn't realize how late it was when I started that. But yeah, you start using the edge, you have nice edges on your anvil, that helps. Having good edges, having nice radiused edges. So mine, let me switch to the, I don't know if you can really see this. Brian and Ed are, I think they're both right around 6 feet tall. Maybe, I don't know that Ed's quite that tall. Brian, I think, is around 6'1". He's a stout man, for sure. He's stronger than me. Dude, I haven't worked out since high school. And I'm an IT guy by trade. So back here, I have a really wide radius, pretty fat, you know, it's I don't know. I don't have gauges. But what I do is when I got this anvil, I marked 2 inches up from back here, 2 inches, and then radius that, and then from here another 2 inches. Radius this a little differently. It's still got a radius, but it's not as much. And then another 2 inches. These are fairly sharp back here, and then I left these fairly sharp as well. And then what I did is I just blended it back to so that it's a taper. It's a tapered radius, so it goes big radius and it tapers down to a small one. On both sides, and I tried to keep it the same on both sides because I work both sides of the edge. I work the near and far. A lot of guys only do like their far side, which is fine if that's the way you work. I don't do that way. Thai kickboxer. So it's funny. I've never done Muay Thai, but I practiced, I guess I could say I worked out a little bit, but I didn't hit the gym type of a thing, right? Except for, you know, the dojo. I got my black belt in Taekwondo when I was a kid because my grandmother's Korean, and it was kind of like a requirement for her. So I did that. And then proceeded to pick a fight with somebody that kicked my ass. And I thought, well, all right, apparently I don't know that much Taekwondo, or what I know is bullshit. There were some things in it that made sense. The striking all made sense. The jumping, flying kicks, no. Those were all dumb to me. So fast forward a few years later, I started studying judo. And that was cool. But my problem with judo was it was too sport-oriented. It wasn't street-oriented. So somebody was like, oh, well, dude, you seen those Steven Seagal movies, right? Now I'm old, mind you. You seen those Steven Seagal movies, right? And I was like, I guess. And they're like, that's a thing called Aikido. And I was like, well, okay. So I went and checked that out. Now, let me just preface this with, I studied Aikido for a couple of years. And the whole time I kept waiting, I kept thinking, it's got to get better than this, right? This is just so hokey and hippy-dippy. What's going on? And then I was talking to one of the guys there, and he's like, oh, you're looking for more of a street level thing, huh? And I was like, yeah, I just, you know, I don't give a shit if the guy falls and breaks his neck. And you're like, oh, what you want to learn is Aiki Jiu-Jitsu or just straight Jiu-Jitsu. So I went and practiced that for a while. And then in doing that, this is kind of funny. In doing that, I discovered something called Iaido. Now, Iaido, if you're not familiar with it, is I always tell people that ask, I was like, think of it as Tai Chi, but you're using a sword and you're not moving slow. I mean, you do when you first start, but so I fell into Iaido and practice. It's like a draw and a cut at the same time, and there's all these different things that you can do. It's really cool, but I don't know how I found myself in that. One day I was just like, what am I doing? Like, who am I? Am I attacking somebody with a sword someday? What is going on? And then I made my way into Kendo for a minute, and man, you talk about, there's various formats of Kendo, and the one I was being exposed to was, I guess it's kind of like a freestyle thing, but I remember, I didn't stick with it. It wasn't my thing, but I remember they sat me down in front of this dude who had to have been 80 years old, and he couldn't speak very much English, and he just said, Bokin, and then he did like that, and I was like, okay, so I mimicked that, and he was like, no. And he had his helmet on and everything. And so he was wanting me to pop him in the head. So I did that. I whapped him. And he went, again. So I did it again. And I thought I was giving him my all. And I could just tell. He was like, oh. So finally, he got really frustrated with me. And what did he say? Me turn. I was like, oh, okay. He's going to hit me now. Sweet. What's this old guy going to do? That dude rang my fucking bell. I mean, like, whoa. I felt like I was concussed. I don't think I was, but it was like borderline. That dude, he cracked me so hard, everybody else stopped and turned to see what the hell just happened. And he said, that hit. I was like, yeah, that hit. Jesus Christ, man. But I learned a lot from that. Like the leverage and the control that they have. I never understood that about Japanese sword or, fencing, Japanese sword fencing, Kendo, whatever. All their power is generated from their left hand, but Japanese culture, there's nothing left-handed. They do not do left hand in the old days. But all the power comes out of your left hand. Your right hand is really just kind of the guiding force. And I was doing it the opposite way, and I didn't realize what was going on. And then all the power, and this seems like a duh moment, but all the power is at the tip of that blade. So that's what I was hitting him like, I was hitting him here with the blade, and he was like, no, that's where he cracked me, was very into that. The thing came down and whipped me and smacked me right in the head. It was awesome. But I didn't stick with that because it was not my thing. And I learned enough various martial arts to be stupid. And then I realized I didn't like getting hit. And my buddy, he was big into boxing, and we'd play with that every once in a while. But by that time, I was much older and less inclined to find myself into situations where a fight was necessary. But that was my whole impetus for a lot of that, because I was a scrapper as a kid. We were always getting ourselves into trouble. And I was always looking for a better way to kick somebody's ass. And what's funny, 9 times out of 10 in those fights, I rarely ever went to that. So the one thing, this is true story. The one thing I really took away from Aikido that to this day I still find, hopefully I'm not needing it, but was learning to fall down. That once I figured that out, that even in several brawls that I got into, that really helped quite a bit, learning to fall down. You're going, there's things you can do to help with that, and that really helped quite a bit. But yeah, I got to a point where I was like, when MMA really became a thing, my brother was all into it, and he was like, oh, dude, we should go. And I was like, we? Like, yo, dude, I'm like almost 30 years old. There ain't no we. There was a time when it used to take me 2 days to recover something. Now it takes 2 months. Yeah, the break falls. That's what they were. Yeah, we used to, and that was like the most, there was some joint locks and things like that, but a lot of those can be easily countered. But there were some cool joint locks, like if a guy doesn't know, those are they were really good for learning how to control somebody, especially if they're not educated in any kind of martial art. Now, drunken or bravery and courage can sometimes counter that, or drug use. But most guys, My grandparents owned bars, so there was a lot of times where that came in handy, being able to learn some of that stuff and control a person without really putting a lot of hurt on them. But outside of that, Aikido was way too hippie for me. And I'm sure it's not all like that, but woo! People I was in with, man, I was waiting for the Kool-Aid to come out. All right, that's as pointy as that needs to be. Yeah, those were good times. Like Muay Thai, I mean, I knew of it a little bit from like, what was that movie with Van Damme? Was it like Bloodsport or something? Where they did a lot of that? And I'm sure it was just dramatized in a lot of ways, but that was like the first time I'd ever heard of that. Yeah, Aikido is, I don't know, it's just, I have seen practitioners of Aikido that seem to be more sort of street oriented, but even then, I don't know, the jiu-jitsu guys that I worked with, those guys were brutal, but it was a caring brutal, if that makes any sense. It was weird. Like when you got down on the mat, I mean, it was no holds bar, but man, as soon as you're done, you tapped out, you know, it was nothing but love. I didn't stick with, I mean, by that time I was getting older, and I was just like, man, I don't see a need for me to be doing it. I never really considered the health benefits of it. That never really entered my mind. You know what I really could use? I'll just do it this way. But a cross peen would be handy for this. I can show you what I'm up to if I hit the button. Ow! I would rather, yes, I can do this using and tilting my hammer. I can do this. I'm not going to. I've got a tool for that. I just got to figure out what I did with it. A cross peen or a straight peen is a much more efficient way of doing that, but I could do it with a rounding hammer. I've done a couple things like that before, and people thought I was nuts, and I'm like, it's not something like if I'm going to be drawing stuff out like that. So that's an Andrew Larson straight peen. And if you want to ever do a drawing out competition with somebody, this in conjunction with the edge of your anvil, you will probably beat most anybody. That's a fun tool. It's not the best tool for this job, but it's the tool I got. I got a cross peen somewhere. Oh, there it is. This is one of my favorite cross peens. Renan Tavora made this. And it's got a really fat peen on it. This is one of my favorite cross peens. This is my favorite straight peen, by the way. Yeah, there we go. My favorite, because it's the only one I got. No, it's cool too because it looks like a top fuller and it's not. Oh man, that thing is throwing some scale. Woo! Getting there. Definitely getting there. All I need is some earbuds and that talking lady. Oh, nice. Yeah, I would definitely not discount the health benefits of a lot of that. I mean, come on, I'm robust. I probably, it's funny, when I was younger kid, 20s, I weighed maybe 160 pounds. I was a twig, 6'3" twig. And then late 20s hit, IT career hit. Yeah, baby. And then just old age. The biggest problem for me is this is the most workout I get. Because I don't really eat that much anymore. I used to. I'm gonna cheese this because I can. Ain't pretty. I got a couple bad hits right there, but I think I can fix those. But yeah, that's just a piece of round, essentially, on the end of a handle. Big fuller. I've got a bigger one over here somewhere. That would probably be better for this process. Yeah, a little wider, less aggressive. So I'll try this and see how this works out. On a power hammer, sometimes less aggressive can be your friend. I don't know that anybody's going to have the energy for all that at Quad State after a full day's worth of forging. We go hard, and we eat well. I'm gonna put a glove on for this though, because I saw a big old chunk of scale fly by me. I ain't trying to put on no burn cream. Now that, in my opinion, somebody got away from me, but that's where a power hammer really shines, in my opinion. To be able to draw that out like that, yeah, I ain't doing that by hand is not fun. What I might need to do, relatively really thin right there, so what I think I'm gonna do, come over to the grinder and take that down. Sorry about the noise. Yeah, sorry about the noise, but I'll just take that down a little bit. That grinder, it's got a bad bearing in it I got to work on. So the circus hammer thing, I've done this at the fair. And the one thing that, well, one, they're kind of notoriously not well, but I mean, you've seen Andrew and Mark swing, right? I don't know, not gonna be able to get a lot of this into the frame. I'll come back here. When you see a lot of guys, they'll do the overhand thing. This is a 15-pound sledge, by the way. Not suggested that you do that, but you've seen those guys swing. It's all about bringing it up and getting on your toes if you can, and then letting that thing come down. And you can guide it. You can swing it and bring it down. That's. I usually don't swing from that high or on the handle. Mark does. I think Andrew probably does too. I'm usually more up here. Those guys can outstrike me, there's no doubt about it. But I have an advantage that they don't have. I'm 6'3". So when I get on the end of the sledge, I've got a lot more throw under it than they can get. They got to stand on a box, and if I stand on that box, well, look out. Yeah, it is. It's also like splitting wood. There's a really cool video on YouTube if you look up Tom Clark wood split or wood splitting. This dude, okay, so Tom Clark is an old school blacksmith. He's gone now. This dude takes on a wood splitter and wins. Two guys running a wood splitter, hydraulic wood splitter. He's just got his axe. Whoops him. Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, that's the you get more swing out of it. I don't do that. I need to. I need to get better about that. But nobody's complained about my striking. In fact, Andrew at the last one told me to. He was like, "Hey, can you not hit that hard?" I was like, "Dude, the last time we did this, you told me to hit harder." But yeah, those guys can hit, and it's not just about with striking. I'll switch to the other camera real quick. With striking, one of the things, hitting square is paramount, right? Hitting square is a big deal, and doing it consistently and hitting the tool or the material that you're being presented with. The other thing is learning how much power to give something based off of the material being presented and what needs to be done. On top of that, there's a lot of angles that you got to learn to match with a sledgehammer. And this is one of the things I'm starting to work on myself. Like when you're, say, if you're forging an anvil horn, which we've done, you put that, you're going to have that piece up, and you're kicking it up like that. You can't hit that square. I mean, you can, but you don't want to hit it like this. That's not going to do what you want it to do. You've got to match that angle. So you've got that sledgehammer coming down at that angle. And that, man, that was figuring that out and doing it, that was brutal. Yeah, it's all about tech. You know, it's funny, my stepson was a big wrestler, and one of the things in wrestling is, pump it up, get bigger, bigger. And I was like, I mean, I don't disagree. Having some mass is going to be to your advantage, but technique still, you can't. If you put two guys in the ring and they're both 245 pounds, the dude with the best technique is going to win 9 times out of 10. It's just the way it works. And he was all about mass. And he came and struck for me once, and I told him, I was like, dude, you can't swing like that, man. You're going to hurt yourself, and then you're probably going to wear yourself out to the point that you're going to be done for 20 minutes. He lasted 20 minutes, and he was done for the weekend. He couldn't do anything else for the weekend. And I was like, dude, I tried to tell you. He got better, and then he found a girlfriend. Little bastard. He's married now. Not to that girl? I think it was a different girl now. Maybe it was that girl. I'll have to ask her now. I'll be like, hey, are you the one? Hey, it helps to turn that on. Get that back in there. Got cold really quick. It's pretty thin at this point. Now I'm going to cheese. Turn that off for a second. I'm going to cheese something real quick that I like to do. And I got this little tool. But yeah, technique, you can't fake certain things. And technique is where it's at. So I'm going to use this tool to create a spine going in to the rake end. You could do this at the anvil. I am not. I'm going to do it with power hammer. And it usually, this isn't my good one either. I've got a good one, I just can't find it. This was the first one I ever made, but it'll work. It'll do the job. But yeah, when it comes to those techniques, man, you can just, it doesn't matter what it really is either. I mean, the more technique you can rely on, the more that mass will help you, right? If you've got all that mass, sometimes, depends on what you're doing. Gymnastics, being 245 pounds of muscle probably isn't the greatest idea. You probably want to be like 5'2", 80 pounds of all muscle. So you can zip around and stuff, whatever they do. So I'm going to put this thing pull this out, and we'll put this right up on here. Actually, I'm gonna straighten it. A lot easier to do when this thing's straight. Ah, yeah. Man, so much scale. So much scale. And then I need to figure out which side I want to do this on. And I think it's going to be this side. And that's not perfectly straight, but it'll do. And it's still plenty hot to do this. Boom, boom, boom. So it's not perfectly straight, but you get an idea of what it does. I don't know how well that comes through. You see it's off, it's not centered, but I can center that, baby. Man, I tell you what, holding things up in front of a camera that's hot, it's kind of hard. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna shut this down. I made the mistake of looking at what time it was, and I've got to be up early to make the meeting tomorrow. So I'm gonna shut down real quick, run my mouth because I'm pretty good at that these days. Close this off. Now I'll open this back up to burn the fuel out, purge the line. And I don't let my fan, the blower run on the ribbon burner to cool down. I would rather this cool down slowly. It's easier on your fire brick. Yeah, those Thai dudes are quick, man. Let's see, I'm gonna put this stuff over here. I need to load some stuff up. Okay, those have cooled off. Man, so much scale. That's the one thing with gas that I'm just not used to is all the scale. Like, I need to figure that. I know there's ways to deal with that, but I'm not used to it. I don't use gas very much. I'm mostly coal and coke, but it's been really cold and it's easier for me to come out here and start the fire. Hey, right on, man. Glad you stuck around for a bit. Yeah, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to figure out, like, I'm pretty impulsive. So there's times where I'll just come out here and just start doing it. But what I want to do is figure out like a schedule. So that way I just come out at a specific time and do it. Fridays probably won't be it. What I'd really like to do is like a Saturday night thing with my buddy Paul, so we can start capturing some striking stuff, which I think would be fun. So we'll see. I need to see where his head is with that. I mean, it doesn't have to be a Saturday night, but Paul and I have a bad habit of forging into the wee hours of the morning, and that's not always conducive on a work night. Or, not always great, but not always bad either. Yeah, that's handy. But anyways, yeah. So that's I guess I haven't really done the shop tour thing before. Well, I have. It's on YouTube, but it's really old. Not really old. It's like 2 years old now. Yeah, the tooling and things like that, none of that stuff is out of my league. It's like, so for Twitch, for instance, right? Twitch is, for me, because I've never really done anything with it, like watching it, it was a bit of like almost like culture shock. Like I just didn't know what was going. There's aspects of it that I was like, okay, but I didn't like. I watched a couple of other things, and I'm like, what is happening right now? Because it's like shit dancing on the screen and people doing things, and I was like subbing and this and that, and I was like, what in the world? I don't know what's happening right now. Hey, you know how to make an almost 50-year-old feel fucking old? Tell them to go check out Twitch, because I was like, what in the shit? But at the same time, I'm not scared of that stuff. I don't care. I don't get, if it. My goal is to make forging approachable for people and show people. So this is how I got into blacksmithing, by the way. I've always had the inkling to do it. Ever since I was a kid, Conan the Barbarian is who I attribute this to, that opening scene in Conan the Barbarian. The original Conan, by the way, not that horse shit that came out a few years back. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't Arnie's Conan. So I watched that opening scene, and I was like, man, you can actually, like, I didn't know. I was a kid, I was like, wow, you can make a sword? Hell yeah. And so that has always been in the back of my head. And then when I got into martial arts, the katana and things like that, I was like, oh, wow. And I would watch video. I remember there was a guy that had a DVD, or not, it wasn't a DVD, it was VHS. Had a VHS tape of a dude making a katana, and it was like in Japan, and it was just like really terrible footage, but he was working on this little bitty square anvil, and they push pull thing and everything, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. They didn't show what. Now, mind you, he forged the blade out, and then it went to somebody else, and that guy did a thing, and then it went to somebody else, and that guy did a thing, and then it finally came back to one dude, and he just kind of put it all back together and done. I just saw the forging part, thought, yeah, I want to do that. That's cool. And then fast forward 20 plus years, 30 years, I don't know. I didn't start until about 4 years ago, somewhere in there. I want to say 5. I think 5. But anyways, yeah, 2024, 2019, 5 years. So I got into it, started watching. I discovered, it was one of those moments where I was like, wow, I wonder if there's blacksmithing on YouTube. So I started searching, and I found some stuff. And I found this dude named Chandler Dixon. Now, this is going to sound like a slight. It is not meant to be a slight. But after watching Chandler Dixon, I thought to myself, man, if this guy can do it, I can do it. Because he didn't know what the shit he was doing. But he got better. So he was kind of like the clarion call for me, where it was like, man, if this guy can do it, I can clearly do it. And then I discovered Alex Steele, the Essential Craftsman. In fact, I was part of the Essential Craftsman's first online class. That first run, I was in that group. And then, other smiths I would watch, from time to time. Yamez at Island Metal Forge, and I think he streams on Twitch sometimes. I don't know how often he does that, but I encountered him, met him, and I actually met him at Quad State and hung out with him for the 2019 Quad State, and met some of those guys, and they've all been good. But I saw that Brian was doing a class. Brian Brazil was doing a class in Ohio, and I'm only a couple hours from that place where he did the class. So I signed up for that class because I'd heard his name through Alex Steele, but I didn't know anything about Brian or what he was about or anything. But I remember driving up and seeing him drawing out reins on the edge of his anvil, and I remember having to do that in another class and thinking to myself, man, I don't know what the hell that dude just did, but I want to learn how to do that. And I've been a Brazil nut ever since, essentially. I've spent a lot of time with Brian. I would guess outside of Ed, I've probably spent the most time with him one-on-one in the last 2 years than most anybody else. Not that that's like a brag. I spent a lot of that time just helping and watching. It wasn't like I was forging and learning. I didn't want to take advantage of our relationship in that way, because I'd seen a lot of people do that with him, and I didn't want to do that. So I always just tried to, do what I could. And then he's always really good about teaching anyways, but that's kind of how that came about. But Chandler Dixon, man, that dude, he paved the way. He paved the way. But yeah, I've never really done an updated shop tour. I don't know how I don't know how well that would go over in my current setup. But I should probably do something like that. I think that could be cool. But yeah, I don't know. You can see, I can move this around a little bit. This has got cables and everything on it right now. Oh, you know what I can do is I can pan it around. Yeah. So that's number 2 tire hammer. I got that last year. This is whoa, going the wrong way there, bub. That's my main forge. You've seen the anvil. That's a Holland anvil, 110-pound Holland anvil. I actually use on a regular basis, let me lock this down. On a regular basis, I use a keyed-in anvil, which is just made out of mild steel. I'm sure being around Mark and Andrew and those dudes, you've seen those and know what that is. But that's my primary anvil. I got the Holland anvil, and I've been, it's been there, so I've just been using it. It's a great anvil, though. I would definitely not say that it is not. It is a nice anvil. I like using it. Over here, that's the Murray. That's a 250-pound Murray. I don't know if I can zoom in on it. Try to. Yeah. So that's that one. And then over there is my that's the first tire hammer I got. And that one's currently sitting on the slab, just anchored it down. But that thing's it hits a bit harder because it's got a bigger drive wheel. And it's got the fullering dies on it right now. And those things will make quick work of a lot of stuff really quick. And then outside of those, you know, I got this primary forge that I've been standing next to is currently just a work table because I didn't want to do anything with the coal. But that's my main forge. And then I have one over here. There's my fabrication table, if you want to call it that. There's a vise. And then that's my cast iron forge with cords running all over it right now. Nothing's got a hood on it yet. That's going to happen this spring. That's a lathe back there. It's eventually going to go away, and then I'll have a lot of space available back there. I got 2 Bridgeport mills back there right now. You can't really see that one back there, but there's one back in that corner, and then there's one right there. And then that corner is my machine shop, where I got a couple of lathes, and then this Bridgeport over here is going to go back there eventually, but it's not there yet. And then I've got steel storage and things like that. It's a 50 by 40 building. When we bought this place a couple years ago, it just it checked all the boxes for me, and I wasn't sure about the wife because we live in a cabin, a log cabin, and it seemed a bit rustic for her tastes. But when she saw it, she fell in love with it. So, I mean, I guess you can't argue that. So we bought this place and moved in, and this is fully where I intend to die. I joked with her once before that, like, hey, if you ever leave me, I just want you to know I'm moving into the shop and you're just going to have to fucking deal with it. So anyways, I'm going to wrap this up. I got to tear down these cameras and then let my dogs out and then get to bed because I've got a thing to get to in the morning. Yeah, gorilla setup, dude, let me tell you, there's a lot you're not seeing. You would think I was a hoarder. I am not, but you would think I was based off of some of the messes in here. Work in progress, though. I'm not an overly organized person, but I tend to try to keep my foraging area somewhat tidy and clean, and it is anything but right now. So I think probably this weekend I'm going to spend some time out here and get things back in order because I hate not knowing where stuff is in the forge, which is funny because anywhere else I don't know where half my crap is. I'm working on. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. I got a 25-ton coal iron works press too. That needs to get moved so I can start using it again. So, and I don't want you to think like I'm some kind of rich dude or something. I'm not. In fact, I'm pretty well broke right now. But I took my retirement fund. It was probably 10 years worth of 401k money at a place that I worked. And I started looking at my finances and realizing that, there's no way I will ever retire and have any kind of money. So what I did is I took all of my 401k money, cashed out, paid the tax penalty, cashed it all out. I put money down on this place. I bought a tractor. I put money down on a tractor that I bought. And then I started putting tools in here. So I bought, the mills. They were expensive, but I got them cheap. One was, I think I got it for $800. I forget. And then the other was $1,500. The tire hammers, I paid price, $3,500, $3,700 for those. So times two. But I basically just cashed out my retirement money and then just started tooling up my shop because I knew there was no way I was retiring on that money. It just wasn't going to happen. So my thought was, buy the tools I want to use when I'm retired, quote unquote retired, and then maybe I can make enough money off of this stuff to subsidize whatever I need to do, for as long as I can. And we'll see. We'll see. But like I said, there wasn't that retirement money. Dude, just to give you an idea, it was less than $80,000. And I think we put $20,000 down on the house when we put down $20,000 when we bought the place. It might have been 40, I forget now. But yeah, it's fun to come out here. I will say that. It's definitely fun to come out here. And then the machining stuff, honestly, I look at the machining work more as the moneymaker versus the forging. So being able to come out here and do some basic machining, because the thing with with machine work and doing things like that is a lot of the small machine shop, manual shops are disappearing quickly. And it's all CNC. And the problem with that is those guys, they're used to doing a lot of work. So to show up and say, hey, I need this axle turned down to blah with a couple of journals on the ends or something, blah, blah, blah. It's hard. Most CNC shops won't do that. They won't touch that kind of work anymore, unless you want, 100 of those. So my thought was, hey, if I get a lathe and a mill, I can do that kind of, and I'm not a machinist by any stretch, but I've learned enough that like, hey, I can probably turn that thing down for you and only charge you a couple $100 for it, versus making you buy 100 of them at probably $300 a pop. Sure, yeah, I can mill that down for you, or yeah, I can run that through my surface grinder for you. And then the other thing is I can forge a lot, especially with the big hammer. I'll be able to forge a lot of that material down to size, then true it up on the lathe after the fact, which is how it's mostly done in industry anyways. So yeah, that's kind of my thing. My wife has got a good job. She will probably be able to actually retire and have some kind of actual income versus my moronic butt. It was one of those things where I didn't know about I knew about them, I just didn't understand it until I was almost 35. So I was really late to start. And then at this point, yeah, like I said, I looked at it and I was like, well, that's probably not going to happen. Probably not going to happen, especially with today's economy. Now, things could change in the next 20 years. I don't know. I don't see it getting much better in the next 20 years, but who knows? Hell, in the next 20 years, the US dollar might not even exist. Who knows? We might become the new whatever. Who knows? So why not? You can't take it with you. Why not invest it in yourself? And then, if I don't make money at it, that's fine. But at least I have something to do when I'm sitting at home with nothing else to do. Oh yeah, he'd probably lose his mind if he saw me doing some machining, or even just seen my machines. But I'm always interested in learning from people. So yeah, that'd be cool. I watch on YouTube. What's her name? Blondie Hacks. This old Tony. Inheritance Machining and A-Bomb 79. I watch that crowd quite a bit. A lot of times they're doing stuff that I don't even know. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Forging videos anymore are so far and few in between, and it's gotten to a point where I don't, like Alex still doesn't do forge videos really anymore. They're novelty acts. Every once in a great while, like during COVID, he had a live stream where he forged some stuff, and it was like the first time I'd seen him forge in a while. But I get it. He's a content creator / influencer guy, so that's really what he's focused on. I get it. But like Black Bear Forge anymore, I can't watch that dude anymore. It's just been boring content. My problem with Black Bear Forge is it feels like, yeah, I got Discord. It feels like Black Bear Forge, he's trying to please everybody, and in doing so, you please almost nobody. And that's one of the things, like with the streaming stuff that I'll do and any videos that I put out. I'm in a band. I'm a musician. No, that's not a good word. I'm a guitar player. And I'm selfish when it comes to that. Like when we write songs, my songs are written for me. I write them because I think they sound cool and I want to hear it. If other people enjoy it, that's cool. But if not, I don't care. I'm just going to do my thing. I feel the same way about forging, right? I'm just going to do what I think I can do. I hope other people enjoy it. But if not, I don't really care because I'm still going to do it. My water must be getting empty because it is coming out in a trickle. Hey, water. Okay, well, I guess that's the amount of water I'm getting out of that for right now. But anyways, the videos, yeah, for me, it's all about doing what I want to do. And I hope people will enjoy it. But at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm just doing it. But yeah, I got Discord. I use it all the time for other stuff. Well, I don't say all the time, not as much as I used to, but we actually have a Discord, excuse me, what is it called? Man, what did I do to my throat? We have one called Forge Chat, and like Roy Adams is on there from time to time, from Christ-Centered Ironworks. Yamez from Island Metal Forge is on there. I want to say Jack Pine is on there, but I can't remember for sure. And it goes in waves. Like sometimes it's really, people are on there a lot, and then sometimes it's just deathly silence. And then, yeah, I jumped on that Discord, I think that you sent, and then I posted some pictures and stuff, and then somebody, a couple guys commented. But I use that quite a bit. I think I'm on like 7 or 8 Discord servers right now, which several of those I need to drop off, which is I don't do anything with them anymore. But that water's good. But yeah, that retirement plan, man. I'll invest in yourself. I tell people that all the time too. Be it whatever. I mean, don't be a financial moron like I am. But invest in yourself. Take classes anytime you can. Study whatever you can when you can. The martial arts thing, that's investing in yourself. It's looking after your health and all that good stuff. So, yeah. Do what you can do and do the things that you enjoy to do. That's what I always try to tell people. So that's a big debate, right? You got a lot of people talking about the hammers that you should be using. The cross peen is the most efficient and widely used hammer in blacksmithing. And then you got the Mark Ling and me crowd. we're like, oh, the rounding hammer is the most efficient hammer to be using while you're forging. And then, no, it could be the straight peen, or no, it's the cat's head, blah, blah, blah. You know, you got all these guys arguing about hammers, the weight of the hammers, the style of the hammer. Hell, I've seen guys argue about the damn handles. Use whatever inspires you to work. If picking up this cross peen inspires you to start forging, then this is the hammer for you. If this 4.5 pound hammer, this rounding hammer, and you pick it up and you're just ready to rock and roll, that is the hammer for you. I don't care what you use. Use whatever inspires you. Yeah, yeah. That's what we started the Forge chat for, the Discord server for too, because at the time, we started this about four years ago. At the time, there just wasn't, we weren't aware of anything, so we were trying to get people. The problem with the problem with the forging community is there's a lot of old farts in it. Great information, but trying to get those dudes into something like Discord is rough. Buddy of mine, Bill Corey, he was on here earlier today, this evening. He was on the Discord for a while, and he's an older guy, but he's also an older IT guy, so he gets it. But a lot of those other dudes, man, they're just like, what? So it always felt like, at least in this area, you get either the old dude or the country bumpkin that just doesn't get it, or they think you're some kind of alpha nerd, which, I mean, I guess I am, but yeah, tooling, there are certain fundamental facts about forging that you cannot escape, right? I mean, they're fundamental facts. It doesn't matter what you think of the rounding hammer. The round face on this hammer is going to move more material than the flat face of this hammer. It's fundamental fact. You can't change that. Why? Why does that work? Because you've got more PSI on a round face, less surface area of contact. So it's going to move that material more efficiently than this will. Now, I'm not saying you got to swing a 4.5 pounder, but it's gonna whoop this. Now, if you switch to that guy, that's going to move more material than the round face of this hammer. However, it's only going to do it in one direction, or two technically, but it's only going to move it away from it, right? I mean, but when you're trying to do that, you can't beat that. That's just the way it is. It's the same with a straight peen. I've seen guys that have it's just like a twisted, I don't even know what the hell you'd call it. It's like a X cross peen. The diagonal peen. That's the word I'm thinking of. It'd be a diagonal peen, and they're alternated directions. So when you flip it around, it's one way it points this way, and the other one points that way. So depending on what you're trying to do, it's like that thing. I mean, it's moving material in those directions. That hammer's the bee's knees. But yeah, I use Slack all the time. We use Slack for work. But the thing with the rounding hammer, and you've probably heard this before through Andrew or Mark and those guys, the thing with the rounding hammer is, the reason it's the most efficient forging hammer is you have essentially a 360-degree die right here. So you can tilt your hammer and get, I mean, obviously you can't, you're not, I mean, I guess you could do that, but it'd be kind of silly. But you can turn this, a good 180 degrees at least, maybe even more, and get those dies. And the same with the flat face. These are essentially fullers right here. So I've got a cross peen, I've got a straight peen, and all I have to do is I can hit this way. It looks weird, it looks silly, it feels weird to do it at first, but once you get the hang of it, it works. That said, doing that is not more efficient than just grabbing a cross peen. However, why that makes this efficient is I don't have to grab a cross peen. If I just need to do a little thing real quick, I don't have to stop what I'm doing and switch hammers. I can just use that. Now, if I'm drawing out a bunch of stuff, yeah, I'm going to grab the cross peen. It just makes more sense at that point. But I always go back to, but if that inspires you, then use it. You know, who cares? Use it. Well, the thing that kills me is, in this, I see this in blacksmithing, I see this in the machining world, I see this pretty much anywhere. If it's not that guy's way, that girl's way, whoever's way, if it's not that person's way of doing something, they think your way is inferior. And then what really kills me is when they get like belligerent about it, like because you're not doing it the way they do it, and then they get belligerent about it. And I love this in the forging community. Most of the times they're not even doing it as good or as quickly as I am. And I'm like, I don't understand why you're mad at me for being better at this than you, and I'm not doing it your way. I mean, shouldn't you just be like, damn, maybe I should try it that way? Maybe that's what's going on. And forge however you want to forge. That's the way I look at it, man. It just kills me when people want to argue about things. So Mark Asbury, oh, this is a funny story, by the way. Mark Asbury, this anvil, if you go and look, there's some, I got pictures. I should post it because I used to make this. It's a funny joke for me. But this anvil right here, Mark Asbury used my anvil at Quad State during his demonstration. As a joke, I was running around telling everybody, I was like, hey, did I tell you that Mark Asbury used my anvil for his demonstration? Mark is a cool dude, but there are, and it's not, and the other thing with Mark is a lot of people don't understand is a lot of the things that he's showing, he's doing it to educate you on how to do a certain thing, but he's not trying to tell you that's the way to do that thing, right? He's not always, there are certain things that Mark does that I'm just like, I would never personally do that. The indexing on my chisels and such, I would never. I understand the reasoning behind it. I just don't see the need for it. And so here's something, and I've ranted about this before, and I will preface this with, I understand that it is likely that you will never actually do this. But let's take, it's not a chisel. Here we go. So you got the chisel, right? Now imagine you got this chisel, and now you've got your column. Now you take this thing and then you flatten it out to whatever, pull those lobes out, and you got the bat wings on there so you can index it. Well, what you don't understand is you've just compromised your tool. This should be a column going through. In fact, this is a fine chisel. It's not a great chisel because the chisel face is exceeding quite dramatically the column. So when you hit this, the force is going straight through here, right? And then it dissipates as it comes out towards the ends. But sometimes that's what you want, right? But when you put those bat wings on there, you compromise. Now, as being a hand tool, you will likely never see that compromise be an issue. Likely never. You'd have to be mauling that thing for that to be a problem. I've always found it odd that you would teach somebody how to compromise their tools as a way to do something. That to me is just odd. Like I would never intentionally do that. And he is a blacksmith of great renown, and he knows. But I think he's looking for a way to make things easier. I get that. But I think it should be stated, hey, technically speaking, this compromises your tool, and you should be very cognizant of that. Now, when you're hand forging, is that going to actually be a problem? Probably not. But you would never want to make a tool like that and use it under the power hammer because it will get destroyed. And again, back to the indexing thing, I don't think there's a problem. I don't care for them, but I don't think you using it by hand with a normal hammer would ever, cause an issue with the tool. I don't think that that's going to happen. It's just the underlying story there, right? It's the same like if you do a lap weld, for instance, take a piece and put a piece and weld it, like making a cross, right? Take two bars and make a cross and then just forge it like that. That's one of the weakest welds you could ever do. And you probably shouldn't be doing it unless it's for decorative stuff only. But they don't tell people that right out of the gate. Sometimes they do, but it's rare that they ever actually mention that. So people think that's an okay and acceptable weld. It is not. What you really should do, if you're talking about structure, what you really should do is take a piece, and this is the right size material for that. What you really should do is split this and then put the bar in there, close it up, and then weld it. What do they call that, a cleft weld? That's going to be a much more structurally sound weld because it's got a mechanical bond there out of the gate. It's just, there's reasons. And it's the same thing like, who was talking about this recently? Roy, maybe? One of the cool things about wrought iron that people don't understand is the grain structure. So when you take a piece of material and you weld like that, if you were to put just a piece up here and then smash it flat and weld it in there, that works in wrought iron because of the grain structure and the way that it wants to do things. It'll almost be like a branch growing out, the way the grains will stretch. So that actually works in wrought iron. And maybe that's where that comes from. I don't know. Where people are doing that in structural steel and they think it's going to work, but it doesn't work that way. It does in wrought iron, but not normal stuff. Yeah, I would not remake a tool based on the index. If you like the index, man, I say go for it. In fact, what I would say on the indexing is, if anything, don't pull those lobes out too much. Just do it enough. I don't think it would. I think it does impact the tool slightly because of the way the forces are driven through that piece, right? So it's not going straight down anymore. It's going down and out and then back in. So you've dissipated some of the energy. But a hand tool, I don't think you would ever notice that. So I wouldn't say. I mean, if you like those, I'd say go for it. I mean, I like rounding hammers, right? And some people like cross pins. Again, it kind of goes back to use whatever inspires you to do stuff. So if an index tool does that for you, I say go for it. I love rounding hammers. What I don't love are rounding hammers with cheeks that are like this, really high, long cheeks. I call those goofy ears. Farriers love them. I do not like the way those look. Just me. One of my favorite hammers, looks-wise, is, where's it at? This guy, this crossbeam here. My buddy Steve King made this. And I don't know why I like it. I just do. It just looks cool. I think it's because it's different. I think that's what I like about it. It's different. You don't see this all the time. It's got the fullers in there, the fullering marks in there. You just don't see it all the time. So I like that. I think it's cool. Mark did some weird hammers with the squashed in cheeks. A lot of people like it. I do not. Set hammers, same thing. We actually modeled the set hammers that we were doing after that cross peen, where we put those fullers in the corners. It also helps you identify which end you're not supposed to hit versus the end that you do hit. It was a big set hammer. We made this out of 2 1/4 inch. It was too much. Anyways, I think I'm done running my mouth. I've let this cool down enough that I feel it's okay to walk away from. I know I need to get my cigars. But I will catch anybody that's still watching. I will catch you guys later. I will likely do it again this weekend. We'll see. But right now, I have to get in and get the dogs out and then get myself to bed because I have to get up early. It's already 1:30. Holy smokes. Also, Mark taught me not to index, but also potentially and debatably. So Mark told you not to do the hex on the end of the tool? I think that's strange that he would say that because I've got a bunch of Mark Ling tools and they all have the hex on them. Oh, that camera shut off. But yeah, like Mark made this one. It's got hex on it. I debate on the hex. It depends on how I'm feeling. I'll either put it on or I don't. I do taper the struck end a little bit, but not like a lot. The hex, I can give it, it doesn't, I don't know, doesn't do anything for me one way or the other. Big thing on the struck end of your tools is just reforge them when they start to mushroom out before they get too big. Otherwise, you have to grind it off and you lose that material. Like, so this one is about ready. In fact, it might be a little too much, but this one's getting close to being ready to be reforged. Like I said, it might be past that prime. I might have to grind that down and then forge it. We'll see. But keep your tools dressed. I say this as a guy that almost never does it. If you keep your tools dressed and reforged on a regular basis, they'll hold up a lot longer. One of the things that always cracks me up about blacksmiths are the guys that want to try to make the indestructible tool. Like, to me, all these tools they're consumables. You just make them when you need to. But yeah, the hex thing, I like to do hex though. I used to hate it. Now I've gotten to a point where I like it. I need to take this camera down. I've gotten to where I like doing a hex. But when I'm doing tools, yeah, I don't know. For me, doing the tools in hex, it depends. If I'm trying to sell them, yeah, I would hex them. If I'm not, if they're just for me, yeah, I probably will not. Jonathan and I had talked about that once before too. So one of the things Jonathan and I both don't do, because we'll usually use a long bar, make a tool, cut it off, and then make another tool, blah, blah, blah. We cut it off, there's a nub on the end of this. Jonathan one day asked me, he was like, hey, do you grind those down? And I was like, no, not anymore. Not if it's mine. I don't, because I'm just going to hit it. It's going to knock it down anyways. So I don't grind those off anymore. And I thought it was kind of funny that Jonathan, he said the same thing. He's like, yeah, I don't do that either. So I don't need this, I don't think. Yeah. And I can take this. Oh. And put it up. See, I liked your rig because it looked like you don't have to tear it down all the time. Maybe pull the cameras off or something, but you don't have to tear the whole thing down, which I like. I like the idea of that. I just don't know how that would work. I'd have to create a system that I could raise and lower with some pulleys or something, so when I don't want it set up, I can just raise it up out of the way. That'd probably be the way to go. A $5 upcharge. Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about doing hammers once, and I was like, I'm not Ed Brazil. I'm not Brian Brazil. I can't command $300 for a hammer. I'd like to be able to, but I can't. So I was like, 150, 200 maybe, depending on the size. I was like, now what we could do is we have, quote unquote, the standard hammer, And then we could do the premium hammer where we like really go all out and wow it out and make it super pretty and put the super duper buffing and grinding on them and the fancy handles. And then maybe we could sell those for $250. And I was like, man, is it really worth it? I don't know. But yeah, anytime you can, I made something once for somebody and they asked me, they paid me, they didn't ask, they paid me an extra $20 if I could take a ball peen to it and ding it up because it was too clean. And I didn't even think it was that clean, but they were like, yeah, if you could make it, a little more textured, I'll throw in an extra $20. And I was like, are you serious? Okay. The people are weird. It's funny though. If you look back on history, right? If you look back on history, in the 1700s, well, okay, here's something to think about too. In the late 1600s, early 1700s, in the colonial times, before the Revolutionary War, almost all forged work came from England. We could not create that here. I forget what they called that. There was a thing, but it was, when you think about it, it was actually kind of smart. So America was meant to be an export-only kind of country. And the goods that came out of here were exports. Everything else you were supposed to import in from England. And the reason they did that is they didn't want the colonies competing with the work at home. See, and when you think about that, that actually kind of makes sense. It's like, yeah, you need to keep your people at home employed. So like all ironwork came out of England. And almost no ironwork that left England went untouched by a file or a grinder. It all saw one or the other. Yes, they had those things back then. I mean, they weren't as cool as what we got now, but can you imagine a dude seeing a 2x72 mowing through a piece of steel like we can do now? He'd probably shit himself. But yeah, all that stuff saw files, and so nobody needed, back then, nobody needed a telltale sign that it was handmade. Duh. Everything was handmade back then. They didn't need that, right? So there was no reason to do that kind of work. In fact, to them, it was kind of shoddy. We didn't start seeing that kind of work in this country until the pioneer times and settler times, where they were moving west. Even blacksmiths in New York and along the East Coast, those dudes would file their work and make sure everything was pristine and good looking, because everybody knew it was handmade. You didn't need to do anything for that. But when pioneers started moving west, they didn't. A lot of those guys weren't trained like the guys on the East Coast. They knew enough. They'd been around long enough that they understood what needed to happen to make the thing do the thing. And when they forged it, that's what they were shooting for. They were just shooting for a strap hinge that held the door up, So they weren't looking for some of the crazy, So a lot of that work that you see out west is a lot rougher than what you would normally see on the East Coast. And that's, I think, these are all just my musings, but I suspect that's a big reason why. Those dudes just weren't as, I won't say skilled, but their priorities were different. They needed to survive, and they needed the thing that they were making to do what they needed to do so they could survive. It wasn't a luxury item or a nice to have. It was a must have, and they didn't have time to dick about. So I think that's a big reason why a lot of that came out the way it did. And that's not to say that they didn't do cool stuff, but this always kind of cracks me up when it comes to people talking about traditional. Usually when American blacksmiths cite traditional, what they're really saying is pioneer era forging. Every once in a while, what they really mean is hand only, hand tools only, no power stuff. I don't, power hammers have been around since Egyptian times, and that is proven. In fact, nails are a great example. Guys want to make nails all the time. One, making nails suck. And they knew it sucked so much that they came up with a machine in the late 1700s that started doing nails for them because nobody wanted to make a goddamn nail. By the mid 1800s, that shit was completely automated through a machine. Nobody in the mid 1800s, nobody was hand forging a frickin' nail. That is modern man playing dress up at that point. It's funsies. Well, back then it wasn't fun to hand forge 100 fucking nails. Let me tell you, it ain't fun to do it now either. I tried to do 10 once, and I was like, this sucks. All right. So all I got left now is to tear down the monitor and a couple cameras, which I do not need the monitor anymore. Oh, come on, give me that back. So, when I say the monitor, this is sitting over there. I need to get a couple more of these, but they're kind of expensive. They're cheap, but they're kind of expensive. It's a Feel World. I think it was, I want to say this one was 150 bucks. It's great. It's got HDMI in and out. You can have some different functions and stuff and see all kinds of cool shit. You can run I think it takes a Sony battery. I just run it off of a cable, but this thing is pretty awesome. Yeah, I agree with that too. All right. Well, I think I'm down to the last bits, so I'm gonna hit the stop button, and I will catch you guys